Can I just say something about Andrea?
Well, guys, it's not the end of the trial. We're not ready to pop the champagne quite yet. But we do have a lot to celebrate. Never like to count our chickens before they're hatched. Get too far ahead of ourselves. But I don't think you'd be too far off to conclude that today might as well have been the end of the trial. It's just that there's more to come. Oh, guys, I've used the Medea. I've used the Medea analogy many times throughout the course of this trial commentary. We've read bits of Euripides's play. Today we got our Deus ex machina. For those of you who may not be classical theater nerds, the Deus ex machina was it was a device that was used in many of the famous Greek tragedies, including Euripides's Medea. And it's literally a machine. It means God from a machine. And what it would often serve as is a kind of plot summation device. It would come in at the very end of the play, and it was a machine that allowed an actor portraying a god to be sort of hung over the stage as though they're flying or floating above the audience. In Medea, the Deus ex machina was the chariot of Helios, the sun god, who in the mythology was Medea's grandfather, and so he assisted her escape from Corinth after she committed the terrible crimes against her ex-husband Jason's new wife and her and Jason's children. But in this case, it was Alice's own forensic accountant. Perhaps in some way embodying the goddess Nemesis, goddess of vengeance, or perhaps the Furies, representatives of divine retribution, fearful, very fearsome goddesses, the Furies. Yeah, we're gonna get to it all, but the bottom line is that really seems like whatever credibility, goodwill, good faith, anything like that the judge was attributing or giving to Alice up to this point, she has effectively just nuked it out of the court with her own witnesses. And this is based on a disclosure of non-disclosure. Assets that she's trying to claim as separate. And turns out there's a lot more to the story. Stuff kept out of the prenup. Stuff not turned over in discovery. And boy, the judge was pretty pissed. The judge was pretty pissed. So, you know, one of the things about the Deus ex machina, it's so that was kind of the way it was used classically in the ancient theater, but it's kind of taken on this modern meaning of a way of just resolving a difficult plot device, and so, for example, like things have just like gotten so far. How are you going to explain it? Oh well, it was a dream. you know, like the one season of Dallas, for those of you old enough to remember that. All you know is like this riveting season, and then the very last it pissed off like so many people because they just resolved it all. Oh, it was just a JR's dream. The whole season was JR's dream. And so it's just like it's understood now as like this kind of oversimplified way of resolving what has become like a very complex and difficult kind of plot scenario. And it is a little bit fitting in this situation because, guys, I have to be honest with you. I was really starting to get worried about Ioan and his legal team, his legal case, and the way that it's being presented. And this really kind of started to hit me fairly hard yesterday during Ioan's direct examination, where I just was feeling discomfort about things that seemed to me left on the table. You know, a lot of issues kind of not addressed, issues not really fleshed out, not clear to me the judge is getting the full picture here. Focus on things that the judge has repeatedly emphasized. We're done talking about this, and they keep trying to go there. It seems to be annoying the judge. I have been kind of having this growing sense of unease of how is this going to work? Like, what's going to come of this? Surely this case isn't going to get fumbled, right? With all of this evidence, how could this case get fumbled? But I was really starting to worry about it. So in that sense, the miraculous appearance of Alice's own forensic accountant potentially has resolved this whole difficult plot scenario of what to do about these possible issues with you know, and I'm not, this has been a fairly long trial. Everyone's getting fatigued. You always have that that difficulty I've mentioned many times, particularly, you know, when you're in trial, you're the attorney, you've prepped, you know everything so well that you lose sight of what everybody else doesn't know. You lose perspective on what the case looks like fresh. And Joe's been living with this case for years. So it's just, it's easy to take for granted that other people see things the way that you do. But you can't do that. You have to kind of assume it's like kindergarten. You know, we are starting at the very basics. We are educating the judge from the ground up. So I'm not, you know, intending to disparage or anything like that. Just expressing my perception of kind of how things have been going. I've had some worries. I've had some concerns, but those are really gone for the most part. And it takes me back to way back in 2023 when I first started making videos about this case. And I remember it might have been like the last one that I made in the series before I stopped, because it got into like the Ella DVRO stuff, and it was just like no, like we can't. Somebody has to look out for the well-being of these children. Freaking parents, you know, the mother isn't going to do it. So she's happy to blast her kids' private business all over the media and in the internet and so forth. But wasn't something I was super comfortable with. But anyway, I just remember at some point kind of wrapping up with, how do you handle people like this in a litigation context? And I remember saying something to the effect of, with people like Alice, all you really have to do is just sit back and wait for them to make the mistakes, because they will. They just can't help it. They can't help digging themselves into deeper and deeper holes. She doesn't have the long-term strategic thinking. She's driven by the moment to moment impulse. And so it's just kind of a matter of time until she fucks up royally. Well, the day came. It did. It's It's an inevitable consequence of Alice's own hubris. She just thought she was the smartest person in the room, that she would be able to get away with everything. She would just be able to kind of stomp her feet or charm the judge and get whatever she wants. And in the meantime, be deceitful and dishonest, and none of it would matter. But came to light today. And yeah, karma, man, had a real appearance in today's proceedings. So I don't want to delay us too much getting there, because this is towards the end of the day. I do want to still get us, through the day, because that isn't even the only thing that happens. I mean, today, for not even the last day of trial, we had some things happen. So to start off, as we always do, with the fashion update, yet another midi skirt, that seems to be yet another cropped black jacket. These seem to be the style features of this era. Today's midi skirt was a just navy bluish color. It looked like it could have been a thin denim type of fabric, if not actual denim, something that looks rather like a pair of blue jeans. The short black coat, once again, it's over the manky tank. Whole big section of the afternoon. The jacket is off. We're sitting there in that manky tank and the scarf in court. Well, the Deus Ex Machina is doing its thing. But this, so this jacket, when it was on, was, another short cropped one, and it had what looked like either a very small polka dot pattern or possibly a very small, like, rounded gold stud, studded. It kind of looked like that. If I were going to guess on that, I would guess it was in fact the gold studs, not just a polka dot. Appeared to have the texture. I'm not trying to get close enough to like inspect these things in great detail. And she wore it. She wears it with the collar. The collar popped. The scarf on underneath. The collar popped. Gold things. The jingle bangle is still wearing that. So every time she moves, we get that jingle. So when I got there this morning, Bianca was there already. She was going to be called out of order to testify this morning. So we had were doing Ioan's cross when we broke yesterday. They're cutting into that to put Bianca on the stand. And Bianca, as usual, just looks like $1 million freaking dollars. Like, so there's a tweet I remember that Alice did in kind of the early days of the whole anti-Bianca campaign, but it was actually one of the most honest things she said. And I don't even remember like what she was saying in the broader context, but she just made a reference in it to my husband is fucking this, girl with I think she said crazy girl with the most incredible body. Yeah, she really does, guys. It's absolutely insane that this woman just had a baby like a few months ago. She looks so freaking good. She's just very, very petite, very slight, very, very well built. She was wearing straight leg black slacks and a fitted top that was black and white horizontal stripes, like fairly wide stripes. She wore ballet flats, hair down, glossy, just looks amazing. She looks elegant, classy, extremely put together every time I see her. So we know Alice is fuming, because Bianca is there just looking like $1 million. When we first go in, they tell us, the clerk tells us Court Connect is down again today. Court Connect is down again. So this is just insanely unreliable technology. I can't imagine the chaos that it causes in this court system because people rely on this for scheduling, right? We got witnesses to testify. Some of them have to testify remotely. They're using this Court Connect and then they can't. And then what do you do? And then there's so much wasted time. Like, it just blows my mind, the efficiency cost that something like this is going to have in a courthouse, especially one this big. There's I should have counted. I should have counted like how many courtrooms there are in this courthouse. It's got to be at least 30. I mean, it's a lot. It's a very big courthouse. And I had some comments that I've seen come through and stuff like that where people are like, why don't they use Zoom? Why don't they use Microsoft Teams? Guys, Court Connect runs on Microsoft Teams. Like that's the actual, I don't know what Court Connect is, if that's just their word for it. But when they actually like set it up, log in, do all the things, it is Microsoft Teams. So take what you will out of that. They cannot seem to make it function on a court-wide level on any kind of regular basis. So because of that, Diana Lesgert, the forensic accountant, Alice's forensic accountant, she was originally supposed to testify at 10. That's when they had scheduled, but Court Connect is down. So there's like all this chaos running around. Let's make phone calls. I hear Joe saying at one point while they're like discussing what are we going to do, well, let's just end early today so you can get to your trial. I'm like, Joe, this is the fucking enemy. Like, you don't have to volunteer that. Okay. If it's appropriate to end early today, then fine, go right ahead. But we're not going to like bend over backwards to be doing any favors here. What is the matter with you? So yeah, there was delays because they were running around, and also because Patrick Greene had been scheduled to sit in for this testimony so that he can listen to it, and then if there's any response to it, take his testimony from it. And he's only available at certain times today, so they're all like touching base. Can we do it here? Can we do it then? Can we do it on another day? Yada yada yada, all this stuff. But we finally, whatever. It is what it is. They call court into session. They'll just figure out how to deal with it. State the appearances again today. Today's statement starts off with a very, shoulders back and like a lot of fiddling, but then kind of like relaxes into a more normal standing announcement and a nod when her name is announced to the court. Ioan is like always normal. He just stands there. Ioan, I gotta remember myself now. Ioan, because he said it so many times to the court reporter. It's Ioan. Try to remember that. I got in the habit of thinking I knew how to pronounce it. Apparently, I was wrong. The court wants to have Janina's estimate of how long her cross of Ioan is expected to be. She had previously said maybe another 15 to 20 minutes. Now she says another 30, right? She's had overnight to think about it. God, things. So now she says 30 minutes, but they do advise the court. Bianca's here. We are in agreement to take her out of order this morning because she, has issues with the childcare and her ability to just kind of hang out at the court is fairly limited with an infant. So Bianca is called into the courtroom, and she's up to the stand and she's sworn. Now I have to say, I notice immediately when Bianca is sworn, she's having a little bit of difficulty with her hand. And I remember when Bianca has in the past talked about some of her issues with MS, she has talked about the effect on her hand. And so I instantly thought, it's in my notes, is she having a flare? Is all of this stress of this trial and everything that she's going through right now, has this put Bianca in an MS flare? Just noticed it right away. Peter is handling the direct examination. He's estimating they're going to spend about 2 hours with Bianca. So we start off with asking her about the public abuse that she endured for 5 years, and the public social media posts and the articles and so forth. Immediately, there's an objection from Janina to relevance and cumulative, and this is sustained. And the judge tells Peter, okay, you weren't here yesterday when I made all of this really crystal clear to Joe, but I am not interested in replaying the tape. We are moving into the financials now. So move into the financials. Right off the bat, get on this point of the financial impact. So Peter says, I'm just laying foundation, reorienting us, laying foundation for what's to come. So then he asks, how many posts approximately have there been in the last 5 years? This is objected to. It's sustained. The judge says, again, I know the background. I want you to move on to the financial issues that are still to be decided. I heard about the emotional and reputational impact. We are not replaying the tape. Out of the gate, judge is getting annoyed. They have a plan that is not what the judge wants to hear. So right off the bat, I'm just going, yikes. Okay, this was bad enough yesterday, but now we are like doubling down on this, what seems to be a strategic miscalculation when it comes to presenting the case for abuse. Because what it seems like is that they didn't go into everything in the DVRO renewal. So they're trying to go into it now, but the judge is saying, that's when you should have brought it in. And I'm not interested in hearing any more of that at this point. It's time to tie that into what does it mean? What's the impact of it? What's the implication of it? What am I supposed to do with it? I've already accepted. There was a campaign. We don't need to keep establishing that there was a campaign. I'm worried. I'm worried. So Peter now asks, okay, so you have observed over the last 5 years the economic impact that all of this has had on Ioan. And Bianca says that when we first entered the relationship, he was consistently working, consistently auditioning, he was consistently speaking with his management team. And I watched that suddenly deteriorate. And I see the impacts of that still today. It's harmed his financial resources. How? Well, obviously lack of work means lack of incoming finances. And she's watched him go from a quite decent earning to struggling every month. He's had to borrow money. He's had to have the humiliation of asking for loans. Who has he asked for loans from? He's asked for loans from her, from his own parents, and from Bianca's mother at different points in time. At this point, the judge cuts us off and says, my apologies, I have to take a meeting. There's some administrative thing that he has to deal with right now. So don't mind us. Judge pops right off the bench. We have a little pause in the proceeding. It probably takes about 15 minutes or so. Comes back, and then Bianca continues. So she's then asked, economically, does the abuse continue to affect you and Ioan today? And she says, yes, it's affected us financially, emotionally, physically. The economics of what Alice has done makes it so that the effects are going to be forever. She says, all you have to do is Google, and it brings up 20,000 plus social media posts attacking them. It brings up articles. It brings up people saying horrendous things about her and Ioan. And that lasts forever. That's the effect of abuse like this. In this industry, people are always going to be interested in looking them up. And then when they find stuff that says Ioan is a child abuser, that he abandoned his family, that is always going to affect decisions in the industry. She's asked about changes in the industry, and this draws an objection on foundational grounds, and the judge sustains that because he doesn't know what Bianca does. Like, they forgot. They forgot. He really doesn't know much about Bianca. So we establish foundation. Bianca herself is an actress. She is familiar with the filmmaking industry as an actress. She's familiar with Ioan's work, his efforts to get work in the industry. So they continue to try to ask these questions kind of related to industry, how are things in the industry, and they are objected to and they're sustained. So finally the judge just steps in. Here's what I'm interested in knowing. What have you, Bianca, personally observed from the industry that has affected Ioan's economic situation based on these posts? And she said she's observed it affect his earnings and how he struggles very seriously financially. She's been involved in meetings with his management where they've been asked outright if what Alice has said is true. She's mostly witnessed just the extreme financial circumstances that they will face for a very long time. We're continuing, in my view, with the same kind of just concern that I had from yesterday, that we're really not getting into the specifics. These are good, broad overview answers. They invite follow-up questions to tell me more about what you mean. Tell me more about specific instances of this. Because there are examples that we know about from the pretrial process. For example, when there was all of this publicity about the domestic violence petition that Ella filed against Ioan and Bianca, I don't know, frankly, at this point, if the judge even knows that that petition was also filed against Ioan, because he heard about it from Bianca in her testimony, but nobody ever testified that she also petitioned against Ioan. And that's a big part of why the relationship deteriorated and why there was all of this cost expenditure with the reunification therapy and the custody evaluation and the minors council and all of these things that came into play in this time period. And by the way, this happened, that happened. There was something going on that I can't remember off the top of my head now what it was, but this was in the time frame where Ioan had like just been hired on for Bad Boys 4. It might have been like publicity related to that, or there's some other event or something like that. And that story, blew up. That was absolutely everywhere. That's like the kind of concrete example that it would be really helpful for the judge to know about, because he doesn't know. And if you don't ask the witnesses to tell him about it, then he's not going to learn. So he's kind of hearing these big picture things, but he really doesn't know what it's grounded in. And it's troubling me yesterday. It is really continuing to trouble me today at this point. She says that his good name has been completely tarnished. He had an excellent reputation in the industry, and that's now been reduced. She says there's a big chain reaction here that involves impacts to her health and what that means for Ioan. She says, I live with MS, and Alice's abuse has severely affected my health for the last 4.5 years. She had 2 MS attacks, which means she needs help, because when she gets the attacks, it takes her leg from her and she can't use her hand. They can't afford care for her, so Ioan has to help her when she has a flare. And she testifies she is also in a flare right now. Fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it as soon as she got on the stand. You would never know from her demeanor and her deportment because she is just a very sunny person. Like you see her in the hall and you see like her, her smile and her face and how she's talking and things like that. You get the energy that comes off of people. And Bianca has such an attractive energy. She's just somebody that you want to be around. And so you would never just like look at her and think, oh, she's really suffering right now. She's in a lot of pain. You would never know, but for just a little tiny hint of, oh, she's having a little bit of difficulty using her hand. So it's kind of an aside, but I really admire her for that, because chronic pain is one of the most difficult things for people to have to live with. It just can have such a huge impact on your mental health and your outlook. Pain is exhausting. And when it's unrelenting and you just start to feel like there's no end, it's very, very difficult to maintain a positive attitude while you're facing something like that. And so her ability to still just shine the way that she does, I find it incredibly impressive. Like I want to know more about like just her worldview. How are you able to do this? Because it really does strike me as very unique and special. She says that she also has a newborn, and so, when she's unwell, Ioan has to assist more with that. So the chain reaction from the abuse goes much further because of her health. The two attacks she had previously, one was to her brain, one was to her spine. They're caused because of serious stress. And when she has these attacks, she has to live with that for the rest of her life because MS is a degenerative condition. Before this relationship, she said she had the attacks pretty much under control. She was not having these flares, but the stress has affected her greatly. And also here in the US, compared to Australia, the attacks, the cost of the attacks has been unbelievable. She's like, in Australia, these things are free. In the US, of course, it's not. And the cost is just incredible. She also, because of the effect that this was having on her, at one point, she had to involve Adult Protective Services. She had to involve APS in the problems that she was having. APS is like CPS, it's confidential, so there's no public record of anything that they do, any action that they take or anything like that. In this particular situation, I would expect their ability to do anything to be fairly limited, because usually APS, you're dealing with a caretaker type of situation. If a vulnerable adult is in the care of a husband, a child, a paid caregiver, or somebody like that, and the person that's kind of responsible for them is neglecting them or abusing them, then it's much like the CPS type of situation where there will be intervention. But that's not the situation. Alice doesn't have any kind of legal status vis-a-vis Bianca. So I'm kind of skeptical that there is anything that APS can do in the situation, but nevertheless, it got so bad that she felt compelled that she needed to go. She needed to go in that direction. She's asked if the abuse has been continuing. There's an objection to relevance on this, and that objection is sustained, but the judge then clarifies, do you mean since the renewal was issued? Because I can hear that. So Peter asks, since Tuesday, have there been new instances? And Bianca says yes. Since Tuesday, there have been new instances. First, there have been further fake accounts attacking her on social media. And also, it very much looked like Alice took a photo of me as I came into the courtroom today. When she was walking in, she held a phone towards me. So at this point, Janina kind of breaks in. I object. I have to say I was sitting in the hallway. And the judge says, not if you're not going to be a witness. We're going to allow the witness to testify. And if the police have to get involved, ... And so Janina sits down like mumbling, I'm just saying that's not what I saw. Doesn't fucking matter because you ain't a witness. Janina's getting attitude. She is really starting to get attitude. This reaches a peak later on today, but I noticed it right here with the back talking. And I just immediately noticed it because I have been in so many courtrooms where that would have gotten you a really harsh rebuke, if not a fine and a finding of contempt. You don't behave like this in court. You do not backtalk the judge. You do not argue. You do not make your little snide asides about his ruling where people can hear them. It was just unbelievable to me that this was tolerated, but it actually gets worse later on. So asked to elaborate, Bianca describes that it was when it happened when she was walking into the courtroom. As far as the additional social media harassment since the trial began, it was multiple new fake accounts that popped up to harass her, particularly about things that had taken place in the courtroom shortly after they had happened in the courtroom. Neil is not reporting that fast. I do some tweeting. It's not really live. Somebody reading my tweets and then going to harass Bianca, or are they just skipping that step altogether because they happen to be in the courtroom? That's the question. Peter now tells the court he brings up an exhibit and he wants to make a proffer. And he says to the court, I understand you don't want to hear about prior incidents of abuse. I'm already like, oh shit. He's going there again. The judge has already told he smacked you down twice. You're already going there again. But he says this is going to credibility and to impeach Alice's prior testimony. The judge is going, huh? He says she hasn't testified in this part of the trial. Do the fake accounts have an economic impact on Ioan? That's what I'm interested in. If you connect it to lost work, to quantifiable damage that has resulted from this campaign, including the fake accounts, that's what he's interested in. So as a result of the campaign, including fake accounts, has Ioan lost work opportunities? And the judge kind of interjects at this point and he says, what losses? I need specifics, because otherwise this is just general impression and that's not enough. So can you tell me about specific lost opportunities or lost income? Because I've already heard about the reputational damage. And more of the same is just cumulative and unnecessary. So Peter says, well, it goes to credibility. And the judge says she has not testified to this part of the trial, so there is nothing to impeach her on yet. He says, I don't mean to sound cold, but this part of the trial should be about numbers. This is about numbers. How has it affected his ability to pay support? I don't know that the judge could make himself clearer. Like, I understood this yesterday. My heart is sinking at this point. Like, if this is the plan, it's not working. It's not working, and it's really, really annoying him at this point. Because Bianca's been on the stand for less than half an hour, and you have 3 times been redirected from this path that you're on and told this is not what this part of the trial is about. I'm concerned about the ability to read the room and to take the instruction from the judge and move accordingly. This should have happened last night, this adjustment. It didn't. So I am kind of worried by now. So Peter shifts gears to how much has Ioan had to borrow over the last period since the separation. First he pauses. When did you get married? They got married this past year. So then first, since 2025, are you aware of how much he's had to borrow? And she said maybe about $30,000 or so. Wouldn't be able to give you the exact figure. Some of that was borrowed from her. In 2024, he had to borrow from her or from family members. For a period of time there, she was paying for absolutely everything for about 9 months. And so he incurred about $46,000 or so just from her. And those were all kind of funds that he borrowed that were going towards rent, living expenses, car payments, and general bills, basically everything she paid for. That ended up being all of Bianca's testimony. So it appears that for the most part, because this, like I said, this took 30 minutes, if that. And they had estimated 2 hours. So their plan was to go into more abuse. Didn't happen. And again, like the kind of missed opportunities, I don't know what the answers to these questions are. I'm not their lawyer, you know, it's not my job to know, but the judge has already told you where you're allowed to go is economic impacts, loss of work, loss of opportunities. What was the effect on Ioan's coworkers, on the managers, on the agents, on the acquaintances, on the volume of offers, on all of this stuff? He's basically said you can ask those questions. They didn't ask those fucking questions. Tearing my hair out. I'm tearing my hair out. Now, maybe, you know, Bianca doesn't know the answer. Maybe that's why we didn't ask Bianca. I don't know. But they also didn't ask Ioan on his direct. They didn't ask him those questions in his direct. And I'm really kind of starting to freak out because I'm thinking the judge is expecting a case that is not even close to being presented to him. The case at this point is starting to appear that they're just hoping to prove abuse, and that's the end of it. And the judge has made it clear that is not the end of it. That's got to be tied to something else. So we've got Ioan's having a hard time paying his bills. He's had to borrow funds. All of this has had an economic impact. He's not getting as much work. It's affected his reputation. We don't really have specifics drilled down about any of that. We don't really have context that's going to allow the judge to evaluate it. For example, if you aren't getting as much work, how much work did you get before? What does that look like? How do you has there been like a change in the volume of solicitations that you've got? You know, the level of interest. How do you gauge that in your industry? Have you noticed a change in that? There's just a lot of ways to kind of fill in the picture with this that I'm not seeing happening. And I'm worried. because the judge wants numbers and he's not getting them. So we move on to cross. Janina asks on cross about first the funds that Ioan borrowed from her in 2025 and also in 2024. And she's isn't it true Ioan borrowed in 2023 the sum of $30,702. And Bianca testifies that it was from 2022 into 2023 when she had loaned him the large amount that was around 46,000 total. She might be misremembering exactly when it was, but it was in that time frame. It might have also gone into 2024. She would have to look at the dates. So in Ioan's, Janina is looking at Ioan's previous declarations, the financial, the income and expense declarations and so forth. And so she's confirming you paid $3,400 a month in rent for August of 2022 through April of 2023. Yes, she did. And then $3,500 for some time. And as a result of that, Ioan borrowed $30,702 because that was the rent. And then asked if it's true that Ioan had paid that back in full. She said, correct. And so, isn't it true then that that also resulted in him covering the entire rent for that period? And she says, yes, except he didn't pay back the full amount. I did write some off. So then she wants to read from Bianca's deposition, just a chunk of it for impeachment purposes. There's an objection to it from Peter. He says, I am not seeing how it impeaches her testimony. The judge says, it doesn't look that way to me either. And so Janina says, she said he didn't pay her back the full amount. And the judge says, okay, I guess it goes to wait. So she reads it through, and I didn't write it all down because it's multiple lines, and you know, most of it was literally what Bianca just said. At the very end, it just says, did Ioan pay you back the $30,702? And she said, yes. So that's the impeachment. Yes. No question about how, you know, or anything like that. How did that loan get satisfied? So then Janina wants to know, where was it you allege Alice took the photo today? And she says it was just in the doorway. She was walking into the courtroom. I was sitting at the bench across in the hallway, and she pointed the phone at me, and she did like little gestures on it with her finger that make it look like she's taking a photo. And Janina's like, oh, okay, well, okay, no more questions, no more questions. Now, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this issue with the photo. Because nothing came of it, and nothing is going to come of it at this point. Why? Because nobody did anything with Alice's phone. There's no way to corroborate whether Alice took a picture or not. Because she's sitting there with her phone the whole time. And as soon as Bianca says this the first time, Alice is, oh, what? You know, she's talking to Janina like, what? But she has her phone right there with her. She has these, I haven't mentioned, I really mainly noticed it today. I saw it in the picture. I saw the Daily Mail posted the awful baby skirt from yesterday, the Peanuts cartoon. Whatever the hell that was. I saw it in their photo, but I saw it like very clearly on the skirt that she was wearing today. She's got these big pockets that are sewn in on the sides to hold her phone in. So she's like, you know, got her phone all the time. Like right there, always in reach. But she often has it out, you know, in court and messes with it and stuff. So she had her phone the whole time, and just quite sure, you know, anything would have been dirty deleted like right away. So what can you do? What can you do in that situation? What are they supposed to do? The judge didn't follow up. It's not really the judge's job to follow up. He was clearly concerned about it, but the attorneys didn't follow up and didn't ask for anything to be done either. The judge just said, well, maybe the police have to be involved. Well, you know, if her phone is sitting there in her possession until the police get involved, then that's going to be tricky. So here's what I would have done, you know, as the criminal defense lawyer. This is my situation. Probably what I would have done is, as soon as Bianca testified, also, I think she took a picture of me when I came into court, I would have said, Your Honor, based on this, I am asking the court to temporarily take Alice's phone into custody via the bailiff until we can have a recess or something like that and discuss how we're going to proceed. The issue is, you can't just search Alice's phone just because you want to. You got a Fourth Amendment right. This is a potential crime that she committed. And so she's got a right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures unless there is a warrant. But you can detain people's property for a reasonable length of time until a warrant can be secured. So I would ask the court to do that. Detain her phone temporarily until, you know, maybe we just pause the testimony even and have a little discussion about what we're going to do. Because what needs to happen is Alice needs to be, you know, questioned about this. Do you deny it? And do you consent to show us the contents of your phone to corroborate what you're saying? I might want to, like, I assume that Bianca had told Peter before she got on the stand that this happened, because, you know, he knew to ask about like recent abuse, but maybe he didn't. Maybe, you know, he only knew about the fake social media accounts that had popped up. So if you didn't know, then, you know, you're kind of having to deal with it on the fly. I would want to talk to her before I asked for anything real specific, because I would want to know, how sure are you? Because when you go down that road, you know, you need to be pretty confident about what you're going to turn up. If it's just possible that she took a picture, then maybe you just let it go and leave it with the testimony. If you're pretty sure she did and there would be something on her phone, then you go ahead and go nuclear. But it's a gamble. It's a high risk, high reward situation to kind of make a request like that, because you better hope that there's something to it. But yeah, if there is, if she's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she did take the photo, then I'm asking the judge immediately take her phone into custody. And we either want to have the bailiff investigate, or we will have the court investigate right now. The judge can find probable cause to search the phone. It's a nice thing about having a judge right there when you need to be able to perform a search. So if she consents to it, if she will consent, then you don't need the warrant. And Alice is, you know, potentially the kind of person who she understands, you know, you have to look good. It does, guys. I'm here to tell you, if there's shit on your phone, don't worry about looking good. Okay, make them get the fucking warrants. Like, always make them get the warrants. But she, you know, she would probably be worried about that, you know, give consent. Yes, of course, you need to look like you're cooperative and totally innocent. And believe it or not, guys, people do that all the time. People do this shit all the time. People will have like 20 bricks of cocaine in their trunk and be like, yeah, sure, officer, go ahead and search. Like, I don't know what people are thinking. I really don't. Like, there's literally no way to miss it. Do you think they're just going to be like, oh, okay, never mind. Since you cooperated, I guess I won't. Like, no. They're going to look and they're going to find the 20 bricks of cocaine right there in your trunk. So that's kind of how, you know, my thought process goes in that kind of situation. However, I'm a criminal lawyer. I think along the lines of, you know, the criminal implications of things like that. I don't think Joe and Peter are criminal lawyers. I mean, they're obviously family lawyers primarily, might have had some experience in the past, who knows, but I kind of doubt it. So, you know, I don't think they think along those lines. So nothing happened. Nobody made any kind of request. Bailiff didn't volunteer, judge didn't volunteer. Alice kept her phone the entire time. And so anything that is on the phone is now gone. It's now gone. Only other possibility I think they might have is, you know, there are the cameras in the courtroom, but I don't know if they operate as security or if they are merely the, you know, Court Connect cameras. I see that they do run the Court Connect because when the Court Connect comes on, you get the views of the audience, the counsel table and the audience behind them from like where the cameras are pointing. And so they would capture the door if they were running. And then you would be able to see what's Alice doing when she came in the door, if they were running. But I don't know if they run full time or just for Court Connect. So that's really the only other possibility that I could think of to try to corroborate Bianca's story. But otherwise, it's not likely to go anywhere in terms of like a violation or something like that, because Alice will simply deny it. She's gonna get on the stand, as it turns out, in April under circumstances that are just going to be so delicious, as you'll see when we're done with the recap for today. So, you know, she's going to deny it. And at this point, it's really just a question of credibility. So it makes it all the more tragic, the massive hole she blew in her own credibility today with what unfolded. So that was kind of my thoughts about the taking the photo incident. The judge was clearly concerned about it, but you know, not enough to kind of take control of the situation. And the civil lawyers didn't do anything in that respect. On redirect, she's asked how much was written off. And Bianca said that she misunderstood Ms. Verano's question because she thought that they were talking about the total amount that she had loaned Ioan. So not necessarily the specific 30,000 whatever, but the total loan. And she said that he did pay back all of the rent. And as far as the total loan, it was just a couple of $1,000s, kind of minimal in the grand scheme of things, that she ultimately did write off. Bianca at this point gets to go home, but she may be called as a rebuttal witness. So she's still not released, still not excused. Still not excused. Still subject to sequestration and all that stuff. So at this point, we go back to Ioan's cross-examination. We left off discussing the La Jolla property and how the prenup contained an agreement to add Alice's name to the title. And isn't it true that her name was added to the title only after the date of separation? And Ioan says that is not true. So then Janina walks through, well, when the home was purchased, isn't it true you took the title in the name of the Angel Trust, with Wayne Mejia as the trustee? And these are all true. And Wayne Mejia was Ioan's business manager for many years. He worked for Ioan before the marriage, during the marriage, and he stopped sometime in 2022. And isn't it true that Wayne didn't transfer the title to you and Alice until February 17th of 2023? So Ioan's like, I don't think so. So there is a grant deed that is now put into evidence, and so he reads it. Okay, that's what it says here. It's transferring the title out of the trust into their individual names. And so That was part of the agreement. The titling it in them was to, you know, was part of the prenup. So then she asked, wasn't transferring title out of the trust part of the agreement to sell the house? And he said, yes, to take it out of the trust that both Alice and I had. And he elaborates, which he's starting to do and get more comfortable doing on cross. It's good. And I hope that he keeps that up. Don't know that he's going to have to testify again, but he was, I think, starting to kind of get his bearings in that regard and get his kind of confidence up to assert, like, you're kind of missing something here. And so what he elaborates at this point is that the Angel Trust was started for the purpose of putting the house into it in order to protect their address. This is so common with celebrity homes. They don't hold them in their own names. You hold it in an LLC with a registered agent that is a lawyer or something like that, or you hold it in a trust like this with somebody as a trustee. So it's not identified as your property, and people can't just look up like the public property records and see, oh, title here, Ioan Gruffudd. That's where he lives. I can stalk him now. Like, it's a security, it's an OPSEC issue. And so what Janina has not done, she's like tried to kind of do this implication. Honestly, I don't even know where this question, I don't really know what the point of it is. I really don't, because the whole issue with the titling of the property is that if it's titled in your name, he owned it. He owned it before marriage. And so he owned it separately. It was his separate property. And then when you title it jointly with somebody else that you marry, that creates a presumption that you have converted it, transmuted it, as they say in California, into community property. And they had acknowledged in their premarital agreement, they intended to hold it as husband and wife as community property. Subject, however, to those conditions that involved Ioan's right to recover the $750,000 down payment plus the rate of return on it, 5% interest. So, like, whether it's community property or not is not at all in dispute, and that really seems to be all this is going to. And that's not an issue. I guess maybe she's trying to impeach his credibility, or like it's more of the Darvo stuff, you know, suggest he's hiding the ball, because as we find out, Alice is hiding the ball really fucking big time in all of this. Like trying to not give her fair share of the community property of the house or whatever. But that's very ineffective, because she hasn't shown like the pathway of title. She hasn't shown the chain of title, basically. And so we don't know how the property got into the Angel Trust. We don't have a copy of the Angel Trust document. We don't know who owns that, who the beneficiaries are. We know like nothing about this. And so if, as Ioan is testifying, they put it in the Angel Trust to preserve their anonymity, number one, that's probably done with Alice's consent. I think she's probably okay with that. But two, who did that? Was the title like ever in their joint names? Did it only go into the trust, like straight from Ioan to the trust? And what are the provisions of the trust? Like, these are going to be kind of really important questions if you're trying to suggest that there's something shady going on with how he handled the property, which seems kind of difficult given that he's not disputing that it's community property. So I really don't know. I really don't know what this line was on about, but I did like that Ioan took it upon himself to go ahead and do a little yes because. That is what it is. And here is why we did it. We did it for the specific purpose of putting the house in it to protect their address. He says they were both trustees. He doesn't know what the technical words are for the document. He probably means they were both beneficiaries. They were both settlors, trustors. Wayne is the trustee. Do we want a quick, like real quick overview of trusts? Trust is when a third party holds property or something of value as a fiduciary for somebody else. And so a trust can have like all kinds of provisions in it about what are you to do with this property? How are you to handle it? You probably run into it most often in the estate kind of situation where maybe a family sets up a living trust, or they set up a testamentary trust, like for the grandkids or something like that. And it will have all these kinds of provisions where the trustee, whoever that is to hold the funds for the benefit of the grandchildren, and upon the grandchildren turning X age, funds will be distributed out, or funds will be distributed out for purposes of education, things like that. These kinds of trusts are very common. So that's really all it is. It's just a third party that's holding it for somebody else's benefit, subject to instructions about what they're supposed to do with it. And the trustee is a fiduciary, just like a spouse. But lots of positions of trust like this, you're a fiduciary. The lawyer is a fiduciary, is another example. Financial advisors are often fiduciaries. So it just means that you have like a real strict duty to be honest, to have integrity, to account, to be transparent, and so forth, so that there's assurance that you're following the terms of this. Trust is ultimately agreement that's made. So that's the quick and dirty on what trusts are and what this thing is. So he says, but yes, this deed does transfer the property to Ioan and Alice 50-50. He agrees that Wayne was involved in the prenup process, and he helped create the disclosures to the prenup. So then we look at the exhibit, the prenup itself, and the attachments, the exhibits, the property disclosures. So yes, he's aware that Wayne also assisted Alice in preparing her disclosures. Wayne managed his accounts at the time of the prenup, as well as during the marriage. He also managed the community accounts. Alice had access to the community funds during the marriage. Wayne was the one managing the accounts then. He says, in the sense that he was my business manager. So after separation, he had testified previously, Wayne notified him when one of the accounts went negative. And as part of his role as the business manager, Wayne would inform Ioan of movements in the bank accounts. We have, we're turning to an exhibit, and Joe kind of steps in and interrupts at this point, and he says, just want to clarify what we're doing because Court Connect wasn't working, and but now it is, I guess. And Diana Lesgert was supposed to testify at 10, and Patrick Greene was supposed to listen in, but he's not available after 11. And so the judge says, I'm just going to go into chambers while you guys, sort out whatever it is. You do your meet and confer, because I don't want to be a part of that. And so now there's like running around, making phone calls to see Diana. Can Diana come in at 10? Like was originally planned, because that's when Patrick Greene is available. And ultimately, like they run around and get it sorted and conclude that for now they're going to continue with the cross-examination, and the accountants are going to come back at 2 o'clock. So apparently everybody can be available then. They will both be on the Court Connect, which is now working again. So back to Ioan. Alice at this point removes that jacket, the little gold stud jacket. She's in her manky tank for a little bit with the scarf, but now she has a new little cardi that she puts on over, and this is like a very faded looking black cardi that has this honestly awful like silver chain detail at the bottom, and it kind of the chain like goes around the waistband and then to the front. It kind of dangles a couple of inches on each side, and it's just a very, you know, cheap looking little like nickel chain kind of thing that you would get at Lowe's. It just, I was not a fan. I was not a fan. Also, I'm like, why you don't still, who wears the silver thing and then you got the gold studs? Like, hey. But it's better than sitting there in the manky tank, which she did later. Janina wants to look at paragraph 16 of the prenup, and there's a provision in it where they agree that commingling of funds would not give rise to community property. Joe objects to this as asking for a legal conclusion, and the judge says it's an incomplete statement and misstates the document. Remember this? Remember it misstating the document? Janina was doing this all day yesterday, and the court kept saying, I don't think you're doing this on purpose. Doesn't do the disclaimer today. Doesn't do the disclaimer today. You're misstating the document. So Janina reads part of this paragraph and asks if that's what it says. And the judge then reads the last sentence of the paragraph as well. And all it has to do with it says it's just provisions that have to do with commingling community income into separate accounts, and it's just got basically like tracing type provisions related to that. So then we turn to page 6, paragraph 5.1, and first there's a typo about the exhibits that are referenced, because Alice's disclosures are exhibit B, Ioan's are exhibit A, but I think they got transposed in this paragraph. So Ioan agrees, yes, those appear to be typos. Then in the last sentence of this paragraph, it says that they have voluntarily waived their right to disclosures of income or property beyond the financial disclosures made. This just is like snuck in there, and I didn't think about this at all. Didn't think about this at all. I thought maybe this was going to be an argument that like you have no right to ask for the updates, the you know, statements from the Hoare's account, right? Because we heard from Patrick Greene, she didn't produce, you know, 10 or 11 years worth of statements up to the date of separation, which is when they do the characterization and the valuation, let alone after that, the 5 years since the separation. So like very incomplete disclosure of these accounts. That was kind of my thought. But, you know, I'm like, this is a really stupid argument, because it's not about the disclosure. It's about your duty to trace. If you're claiming that Alice owns this C Hoare's account as her separate property, it is your obligation to prove that. You have to prove that the account contains nothing but proceeds traceable to her own separate property. But now I think she might have been getting somewhere else. I think she might have been going somewhere else, and I'll talk about it when we get there. So voluntarily waive the right to disclosures of income and property beyond the financial disclosures that are made. Then we get to language in the prenup regarding residuals. He testified to previously that he believes they are excluded from the income that is available in calculating support. And he says he understood that was the intent, because you know, he had testified that they came without any work on his part. Is he aware that SAG treats residuals as earned income? He says, I don't know. And isn't it true that to get benefits from SAG-AFTRA, you have to have a certain amount of earned income, benefits such as health insurance? And Ioan said, well, they set a figure that you have to reach to get insurance, but I don't know specifically how they do those calculations. In other words, like he doesn't know if they include residuals or not. He's then asked if he's also receiving merchandising royalties for some projects. And he says, I would have to look at the contracts, but I could imagine that some of them would. And he's asked specifically about Bad Boys. And he says, I would have to read the contract for that. So now we have a confidential document. Confidential document is presented. It's she just wants to refresh him. She doesn't want to move this into evidence. The judge, you know, was quite unhappy with how she handled a confidential document during, I think it was Maureen Mulcahy's testimony, because, you know, you use it at a trial. It's kind of hard for that not to be a public record, but you got it pursuant to a confidentiality agreement. You've got a little bit of an issue. So what they're going to do is just refresh, and then it doesn't come all the way into evidence. They will mark it and return it once they are done with the questioning. So today, at this point, I noticed that Alice is watching Ioan intently today. She also was watching Bianca today. On the first time that Bianca testified, Alice didn't look at her. Today she did. Feeling maybe a little good about herself with that little photo thing, maybe. But she's also watching Ioan today. And like when I say watching, I mean staring fairly intently. You know, she's got the lips, you know, way out. Staring fairly intently at Ioan today. So she draws his attention to part of the contract. Yes, it does refresh him. And there's a little bit of a foundational issue because the contract apparently doesn't say Bad Boys. It references the role that he played, which was the role of Lockwood. And so we had to establish this was the right contract because the role that he played in the Bad Boys movie was Lockwood. So it is connected. And yes, the contract there has merchandising royalties. So then we go to what I think is one of the financial disclosures, or possibly Patrick Greene's reports, one of his reports or something like that. We're looking at other income that has residuals and royalties identified as other income. And at the top under Fair Oaks, the residuals for Bad Boys 4 are excluded by Mr. Greene, and those are in the amount of $43,784. So he's asked, does that include any merchandising royalties? And Ioan does not know. So this made me instantly think that Janina is trying to establish her backup position. And the reason why is because this whole issue with royalties came out in her trial brief. She briefed this, that royalties are considered, they're not considered to be passive income. They are considered to be earned income for tax purposes. But the judge has already kind of made a point of saying that residuals and royalties are not the same thing. And so seems like she's setting up a backup position where if the judge doesn't buy that residuals are passive income or otherwise not counted in what Ioan's income is for purposes of calculating the support that's due, then she at least wants to be able to get merchandising royalties. Right, but she doesn't know how much. She doesn't know how much they are, if there are any at all. I mean, who knows? We're basically talking about merch with his face on it. Is there Bad Boys merch out there with Ioan's face on it? I don't know, but apparently, if there is, he's entitled to some who knows what percentage of that. So he doesn't know if there's any merchandising royalties that he's received. The loan out corporation that he used for Bad Boys 4 was Fair Oaks, but he had testified previously that Derwin Degg was used to hold his separate property. This was a point that I'm just going to say now, another one. It didn't get followed up on at any point. They didn't deal with this in redirect. They hadn't dealt with it in his direct examination. And this is an important point, I think, about why was Fair Oaks used? Was there a change in the plan post separation as far as, you know, what's going to be separate, what's going to be community? Was there some reason? Was there like a mistake? Should it have been Derwin Degg? Was this like the agents doing the paperwork and they're so used to setting it up through Fair Oaks that you know, they didn't do it into the Derwin Degg? I don't know, but I would like an explanation for this. May not be critical, but it just is, it seems like it's kind of important context in light of he's previously described Fair Oaks as a community asset, and Bad Boys 4 and its income is intended to, it's post separation. And so it would normally be separate. It would be his separate income. So potentially an argument that it's commingled, they are able to trace it, so maybe it doesn't matter. But it just muddies the water a little bit in terms of whether or if Alice is entitled to anything at all from Bad Boys 4 if it's being paid through this community loan out corporation. So an explanation would have been really good, but we didn't get one. Don't know why. He testified about a dramatic reduction in his income for 2022, but isn't it true? He turned down at least 4 projects in 2022, and he says he's not aware of that. So now we have more confidential documents produced by CAA. They are apparently emails. That's about all I know about it. But so he's asked to read it and see if it refreshes his recollection. Joe objects to this on the grounds that it misstates the document. That is overruled because it's just for refreshing recollection. It's I guess not coming in or whatever. Joe also wants to add an alternative objection that it's argumentative. The terms "at least," that is also overruled. Joe makes several objections this morning that are overruled. Couple that are sustained, but many that are overruled. So asked if he's refreshed that he, you know, this shows that he rejected 4 projects in 2022, at least 4. He says no. No, it doesn't. So God knows what these emails said. I would not be surprised in the least at all. This is yet another misrepresentation or misreading by Janina. You know, trying to trip him up, trying to confuse him, trying to gaslight him about his own freaking life and career. So first he's asked, isn't it true that you turned down a role in the TV show Mr. and Mrs. Smith in May of 2022 because you were visiting family? And Ioan says, I did not turn down the role. So then Janina rephrases. Is it true that you didn't audition for at least 4 roles that were made available? And Ioan said, well, I would have to look at emails that were offering me to audition. This, which I think he means the thing he was just refreshed with, looks like an availability check for Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I don't know what an availability check is. I assume it's something preliminary. Maybe they're interested in him and want to know if he would be available to do it before you get into offering an audition or whatever. I don't know this industry, so I don't have any idea of like what the kind of normal customs are, but that's what it sounded like. This was a preliminary thing to see if he's even available. He had not been offered the role. He had not even auditioned for the role. He hadn't even been offered an audition for the role. So the judge at this point says, let's tread carefully around the confidential information, shall we? Like, Janina, you're on thin ice with asking about the details of these things that you know, are you only know them because they were produced subject to a protective order that required you to keep them confidential, and you are now talking about the contents. You need to not do that. Asked if he turned down opportunities to audition for other roles in 2022, he says, I would have to look at my diary to be specific. So in May of 2022, he was in the UK visiting family at that time. Asked if he was available. Isn't it true you weren't available to work during that time? He says, I was available to work during that time. He was in the UK in the spring of 22, estimated from mid-February until earlier mid-May. And Janina's like, so approximately 4 months. I'm like, bitch, this is easy fucking math, okay? This is kindergartner math. It's 3 months. You're gonna gaslight him about fucking how many months is it between February and May? March, April, May. See how easy that is? It's 3. Jesus fucking Christ. Ioan says, well, I was going to say it was 3 months. And yes, he reiterates he was available to work during that time. The purpose of the visit was that he was visiting family and also he was recovering. I would have liked that followed up on. What were you recovering from? Because mid-February, this is right after he filed the domestic violence restraining order petition. So what were you recovering from? This is another freaking impact to his career. Janina's trying to make this like her advantage. Oh, you were turning down work. You were doing stuff. Yeah, because of your client's freaking abuse campaign. I had to go back to the UK to get some freaking respite. Just unbelievable how they create these problems and then want to beat him with them. The re-victimization that this trial is putting this man through, it's really just sickening. It really is. This was a lost opportunity, yet another one. No follow-up on this. What were you recovering from? To the extent that you weren't working during that time period, why was that? Oh man, it's exactly the kind of thing the judge wanted. Quantifiable things. 3 months. That's quantified. That's quantified. Did he accept work during that time period? He said, I would have to look at my diaries. But he did not do projects. He didn't do acting work between February and May of 2022. Lost opportunity. Whose fucking fault was that? Then we talk about his testimony about wanting Alice to get back to work. Alice's career has been as an actress. He agrees that. Isn't it true that an actor needs an agent to find work? It's very helpful, yes, to have an agent. And isn't it true in October 2021, you encouraged Ms. Mulcahy to get Alice's agent Joe to fire Alice? He says, I don't recall that. So we have more exhibits presented to him just to refresh his recollection. He says, I see here that I'm responding. And he says, yes, it refreshes his recollection. And he's asked, you did encourage Mary Ellen to encourage Joe to fire Alice. And he said, yes. He agrees that Alice introduced him to Mary Ellen She helped him asked if she helped him during the marriage with finding roles. He says, I don't remember that. No, we see these emails, these messages, all these things in the DVRO application, part of the 70 some pages of his exhibits, of how she berated him for like how she thought he should be conducting his career, the things that he needed to do to try to get work, and the types of roles he should be looking for, and how the agents are screwing him over, and he should, you know, let them go, and all this stuff like that. And that's Alice's career participation. Really hardly a supportive type of thing, much more of a like bossy, demanding, I'm going to control the course of your career type of thing. But there is a very funny one where she's like, you're going to end up like Eddie Cibrian. Something like that. I don't even remember. She compares him to Damian Lewis and Matthew Rhys. Matthew Rhys is, you know, very, very famous Welsh actor. He was in the remake of Perry Mason, which was filmed here in Los Angeles, and a very famous part of it is on the Angel's Flight Railway, which is like this very short. It's not a funicular, but it's just like a one block trolley car that goes up. It goes up this hill, and it's right by the courthouse. When I go, I've been often going to lunch at the Grand Central Market, which is like this big kind of open market with lots of different food stalls and vendors and things like that. It's like really the best food scene downtown. Although I have like discovered there's actually a ton of food stuff that just isn't on the map. They're just not on the maps. Like, I don't know if it's a lot of pop-ups or what, but haven't made it on yet or something. But anyway, I've discovered a lot more since I've been here. But anyway, it's like right across the street from Grand Central Market. So I see it a lot. And to get back to the courthouse, you can either like go straight down the street from Grand Central Market and go in the first floor of the courthouse, or you can go up the Angel's Flight. You could take the trolley car if you want to, or there's a staircase that goes up. You could take the stairs and go back down, and you end up on the other side of the building, and you go in on the fourth floor. So anyway, Matthew Rhys, famous scenes in that Perry Mason that were filmed at the Angel's Flight. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of Alice's support. You should be more like Damian Lewis. You know, you should be more like Matthew Rhys. Yikes. Help him find roles. Yeah, no, I don't remember her doing that. But she did assist him with auditions, with self-tapes, and once the children were born, for a period, he was filming a TV show in New York, and Alice brought the children. Isn't it true? Alice brought the children back and forth, and he says they did visit a couple of times during that 9-month period that he was in New York filming. Then another time he was filming a movie in Australia and had a flat there, and he's like, and she says, a San Andreas. He says he doesn't remember the time frame, but yes, isn't it true Alice and the kids spent a month in Australia? And he says they came out to visit, yes. So, you know, once again, pitching this as supportive. Would have loved the follow-up on, was Alice welcome on set? Alice cause any problems for you on set? There was, I don't remember if it was an interview or tweets that Alice did, but she talked about particularly the Fantastic Four set. She was super jealous of Jessica Alba, like she couldn't handle it. Jessica Alba, you know, also co-starred in that film. And so I just gotta kind of wonder, cause any problems for you that you had to mitigate? You don't bring that up in this context, though, you know, in all fairness, because then the divorce and Alice's whole, like, I don't know, it maybe is a good thing. Your career flourished. Because Alice isn't, you know, barnacling you around to your film sets anymore and causing problems for your coworkers. But anyway, just another situation. This is being pitched as, oh, this is supportive. You know, I know too much about this case. I'm looking at this as like, no, this is Alice monitoring her property. You know, she's making sure he knows she's still there. I'm watching. I'm gonna nose around and, you know, see what you're up to and yada yada. This is Alice monitoring her property. We took our morning break at this point. Alice is back in that manky tank and the scarf. The, you know, Cardi is off. So then he's asked if he recalls testifying about proposals that he made before Alice filed her RFO, her request for orders for child support, spousal support, and sanctions. And he said, yes, he remembers that testimony. And at that time, he couldn't remember if Alice proposed that you just pay support based on Mr. Greene's estimations of your cash flow. And he doesn't remember, so she points him to what is presumably a meet and confer document. It's in this exhibit that I'm pretty sure like was all meet and confer documents. And so page 46 reads it. Yes, I see that written here. And I have in my notes, so what about Alice's part? Alice's proposal, Ioan's proposal, remember, was, okay, the temporary support order has expired. We already advanced you a whole bunch of support. Now you want more, but turn over your bank statements so that we can do the calculations. And then, you know, we can negotiate that. And Alice is like, no, how about you do it just based on your own income? That's what she thinks is fucking reasonable, right? That her obligation to support her own children doesn't have to be taken into account. And they're really presenting this as if that is a reasonable position. It's very mind-blowing to me. I don't know how you do that and not just like sink into the floor with embarrassment, because of course that's not a reasonable position. That's not how child support is calculated. If you want to calculate guideline support, you have disclosure obligations. She literally was like, nah, just leave my part out of it and calculate it based on your money only. And it's just absurd. So ridiculous. And yet I'm not surprised at all that that's what her proposal was. She has no further questions at this point. She does have, just previously, he had filed his declaration of community property right before trial on February 6th. She wanted to move that into evidence. She says it's not in the trial exhibits because it came in the same day that the exhibits were exchanged. And so they just agree that the court can, they're gonna like identify it as exhibit 260. So it's in, but he's just gonna rely on the one that's in the file. And the thing that I noticed as soon as she said no further questions, you know what she didn't cross him on? You know what she didn't ask a single question about? The payments to the nanny. Yeah, remember that from yesterday? Remember all those payments to the nanny totaled $101,500, and over a 7-month period, the first payment of $40,000 is when he is still paying her salary. So no excuse that like, oh, this is her salary. He was already paying her. No cross about any of that. I definitely noticed that. Oh, we're going to get an explanation from Alice. I don't doubt it at all. I don't doubt it at all. And at this point, where her credibility is at, it better be freaking genius explanation, because I don't think she's going to get much benefit of the doubt at this point. So, yeah, this whole part now, going back into redirect of Ioan, Alice she's had the cardi off, she's had the jacket, she is sitting in court in the manky tank with her little scarf. It looks like an undershirt, you know, if it were white, it would look like just a wife beater shirt. But she's sitting there in court in that. There are courts, I have been in plenty of courts, where you would be removed from the courtroom for wearing that. It's not appropriate. They have courtroom attire rules in some courtrooms. No tank tops, no shorts, no flip-flops. Not, I don't mean like no shorts, but like no, like, I mean, some places maybe do have no shorts, but like no, you know, no booty shorts. No tits out, you know, stuff like that. No tanks is not an uncommon restriction in courtrooms, but apparently not in this one. She's sitting there in that manky ass tank. So we start by going back to the meet and confer correspondence, and Ioan testifies he ultimately did pay child support in accordance with Greene's calculation prior to the hearing. He did not pay additional spousal at the time of the letter. Why not? We already heard this in his direct, so it's not really necessary redirect, but we're repeating it. And he said he had complied with the premarital agreement and he had overpaid spousal support for January to April. So he was already in compliance. And according to the stipulation, it was in advance. He says he did not get a credit at that time. And so, you know, that's why he's asking for the credit now. And so at any time, did he stipulate that he should be paying guideline spousal support as opposed to support provided for by the premarital agreement? And he says, I don't remember stipulating to that. So he's never like made, I don't know, a concession or anything like that. That guideline spousal support is what he should be paying. He's always maintained the position that the premarital agreement is what controls. It's Alice who's been all over the place on, you know, are we doing the premarital agreement or not? So then we go back to the emails that were the ones that you used to refresh him about whether he encouraged Alice's agent to fire her. So he rereads them, and he reads the preceding and the following communications to the one that Janina drew his attention to. And so he's asked, does that refresh the context in which the statement was made? And he says that at this point, Alice had started her false campaigns about Bianca and I having a 3-year affair, and there is gaslighting behavior here, and that she had posted publicly about this and given words to the Daily Mail. The judge at this point says, don't refer to the document, don't read from it, just use your memory. So he's got to kind of put it aside. And he says, Alice was, and so my statement was responding to her statement about what Joe had stated to Mary Ellen. It's not an evidence, so they can't read it, but it's Joe, like Joe brought it up. Joe brought it up. It's really what it sounds like. Should I fire her? And maybe Ioan said, yeah, go ahead. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Anyway, more context to it, of course, than Janina got into. Then we talk about Wayne Mejia's management of the accounts. And so what was the process generally? And he says he left the accounts to Wayne to manage. In taking on board a manager, that was just part of what he was expected to take care of. And so he would get statements from Wayne, but he doesn't remember everything that he would have delivered. He says he wasn't paying overly much attention to that aspect of things, and he doesn't remember if Alice got the statement. Once again, I wanted more specificity here. So Wayne managed that. Did you give him instructions on how to do it? Did you give him instructions on who could access what account? How were the accounts accessed? Did Alice have the ability to write checks? Did she have a debit card? Did she have a credit card? How were these things? How were these things you know, sorted out. Because the thing is that where I think like Janina, I guess, is going with this is that, you know, Alice didn't do anything sus because Wayne Mejia never called it out. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know that Wayne Mejia is going to call out Alice accessing an asset that she at least technically has a right to access a community property account. I don't know that it's going to be Wayne's business to be like, oh, Alice spent $30,000 over here or something like that. I better check with Ioan. You know, I don't know. Seems like that's the kind of thing that you would have some kind of instruction on. But just some clarity, kind of one way or another, about how all of that works. And so, is it a situation where we would have expected Ioan to be alerted if Alice is like skimming? How would it be recognized? Would it be recognized? We really didn't get what we would need to know to be able to evaluate that. As far as movement in the accounts, he was asked about movement in the accounts by Janina, and he says he doesn't quite understand what she meant by that. But he understood that Wayne would oversee all of the movements, and we clarified that for our purposes of you know, redirect, we're referring to money going in and out of the account. And he says of concern is money being transferred, like large sums of money being transferred between accounts during the marriage. Is that something that you would have been concerned with? And he says, no, I had given over that responsibility to Wayne. So we know at least, like, if there was, I guess, a transfer, an unusually large transfer, such as to the C Hoare account, his expectation was to Wayne to catch it and ask about it or something. But again, like, was there a limit? And also, what about non-transfers? What about just large expenditures? What about like regular cash withdrawals? Like, there's a lot of ways that you can squirrel away community funds and hide them for a little rainy day. Just pull out a little extra 1,000 at the ATM every week, and you got a pretty good stash after a while. So that's the kind of thing I would be wondering, you know, is there any way that Wayne Mejia would have been, you know, would have known to kind of suspect that, alerted to it, any kind of ground rules? Just would be helpful to know, but we didn't get that information. I think I skipped a page in my notes here. I did. I have a note at the top of this page that I'm getting seriously annoyed with the lack of diving into the details. Like, this is exactly the kind of thing. This is, the judge needs a picture painted. The 10,000 foot view is great, but it's very vague. You know, you can see shapes and stuff like that, but you really can't narrow down to what is actually happening on the ground. And he needs both to understand a lot of these issues. So I'm worried at this point. I'm really worried that the judge isn't getting what he needs to be able to you know, appreciate the situation, understand the positions that Ioan is taking vis-a-vis suspicion of Alice diverting funds and hiding funds and things like that. We go back now to the grant deed. We establish that he and Alice were settlors of the Angel Trust. That means they were the people that set it up. They were the ones that owned the property or claimed an interest in it, gave that responsibility to the trustee to manage it for the benefit of the beneficiaries, which I presume is also them, but that wasn't asked. And he understands by trustee that that means that you're asking somebody to oversee the trust. Did he ever tell Wayne to delay transferring the property back to him and Alice? No. And was the transfer back done in connection with the sale of the house? Yes. I was waiting for, did Alice agree to holding the house in the trust to preserve her privacy? I was waiting for that. Didn't get it. That was where Janina was going, suggesting he breached the premarital agreement. But if Alice was fine with it, it's not an issue. I mean, I don't know that it is anyway, but if nothing else, she's trying to, you know, she's trying to both sides it. She's trying to make it look like he did these suspicious, you know, trust breaking kinds of things. And so you need to undermine that. Did Alice agree to hold this in trust? Did she have to sign off on the trust document? Yeah. Yeah, she did. She's a settlor. She had to sign off on the trust document. So this is done with her fucking consent. Maybe the judge is going to read through the lines and it's fine. I don't know. Would have been nice to be very explicit. Did Alice agree to hold the property in this form? We go back to some of the meet and confers, and he's asked if there were negotiations between Ms. Verano's office and Joe's office about settlement of support for May to September of 2024. And he says yes. Was there an issue regarding the production of records of Alice's accounts by the end of May of 2024? Janina objects to this as vague as to which accounts. That's sustained. So Joe asked, had you requested Alice's account records worldwide before June of 2024? And the answer was yes. Janina again objects to vague as to worldwide, and that is overruled. What the fuck is vague about worldwide? Everybody knows that means it's on the world. This world, are you worried about there's other worlds that have banks where Alice deposited money? Reason we should be concerned about that? Alice's off-planetary, non-disclosed accounts? Wouldn't shock me at this point. So yes, he did not receive those records by the end of May. And again, I just wanted to follow up. Did you ever receive those account records in full? I don't know that we need it. I'm pretty sure Patrick Greene testified he never got full account records. But would have been a good thing to know. Just kind of fill in this dispute a little bit better. Because I heard that Alice didn't want to produce and wanted you to just do it on your own income, which is not how child support is calculated. But apparently she did produce at some point. And so what happened after that? I don't know. We then go to the definition of full-time work. And so what does that mean for an actor? And he says he understands it to mean that you're working as consistently as possible, you're vying for acting jobs, you're participating in that process, you are actually working on jobs as an actor. And so by that definition, he was a full-time actor during the last 3 years of the marriage. In 2021 as well. And then Alice, has she had any acting jobs in the 5 years since the separation? No. Janina objects to vague and ambiguous as to acting. That's overruled. I thought that's really fucking classic when you're talking about Alice. Yeah, I can see how what the hell acting means when you're talking about Alice could be could be that could be difficult to sort out. Do you mean that thing where she's like really super wooden and not particularly believable? That thing, is that what you mean by acting? Kind of an own goal with that objection, but it gave me some amusement. So then he's asked in kind of all these different ways, if you can't find full-time work, what do you do? And there's objections to this, like repeatedly. He tries to rephrase it, doesn't work. So the judge steps in. Let me just ask, for purposes of what I am interested in knowing, what do you do in between filming and being on set or on location, on stage, whatever? And so he said during the last 3 years before separation, he filmed 2 separate series in Australia and in the UK where he was the lead. These were TV series. And so the work that he has accumulated will sustain him through periods that he's not working. So his sole source of income has been acting. And then when you're not like actively getting income on a project, the past income sustains you. So he says there's a team of agents and managers who are actively looking for new work. They're communicating with writers, directors, casting directors, producers, people in the pipeline, trying to find new projects and new opportunities. And so sometimes they do most of the work of trying to locate new opportunities. Sometimes you yourself will build up relationships with writers and directors and stay in contact about that type of thing to try to develop new opportunities. And asked if he stays in contact with the team about it. He says yes. And so the judge wants to know specifically, he says, I want to know more about this specifically because it goes to 4320. The 4320, remember, is the family code section that talks about the factors the court has to consider when it's awarding spousal support. So he describes, for the last 5 years, his efforts to get work in between acting jobs. And so, for example, he says for auditions, he has a voiceover agent, which is innovative artist. The judge asked him to specify because he apparently was currently dealing with a case that involves voiceover agents, and I don't know, needed to make sure they're not the same or something. It wouldn't matter. So I don't think that would be a conflict, but who knows? It might, I guess, but maybe he'd just done a huge ruling against him or something. I don't know, possible. Anyway, he says he sends tapes to audition for those. Then again, you build up the relationships over the years. So you're looking for other opportunities to create further jobs down the line. And so how many auditions per year approximately do you do to keep the flow of work coming in? And so he said, before the separation, I would get offers for leading roles and would make countless submissions. He was getting offers for TV roles, movie roles, and the standard and the quality of the jobs at that time were at the highest levels of his career. And so the range of auditions per year that he would do would be, he said, average about 10 to 30 per year. And that was specifically auditions, not voiceover. Tapes, like doing tapes, as he's described, is he says it's a way to audition remotely. A film might be, the producers might be in Brazil or something like that, and so it just uses tech rather than flying down to Brazil to audition in person. You just do it remotely with a tape. And so the 10 to 30 auditions a year he would do includes the tapings, but not the voiceovers. So since 2022, the frequency of his auditions, he estimated 2025 a handful, 2024 the same, 2023 the same, agrees that a handful is about 5. The voiceovers being separate, probably more than that, but also significantly less auditions for acting. I was pulling my hair out. Once again, is that because you are not being offered them? Just to close the loop. It's not that you're refusing them. You're not being offered the auditions. Hope the judge gets it. Hope the judge is reading between the lines, but it's just these are risks. These are little things that are left unresolved, and you're just kind of hoping the judge gets it. But it would be really nice to have it explicit on the record. Is that because those auditions were not being offered to you anymore at the rate of the, 10 to 30 per year? That was it before lunch. We paused for our lunch at this point. We have a scheduling update that we're going to finish with Ioan between 1:30 and 2. Then the accountants are going to come in, just kind of reaffirm. Diana Lesgert will testify. Patrick Greene will listen in, and then he will be available for his response. So we have our lunch break. When we come back, we are in the Manky tank, the scarf, the jingle bracelet. I notice at this point, when we're like getting ready for court to get back in session, not only is Alice plexigazing, she's smiling at herself. She's smiling at herself in the plexi, just so enamored with what she sees in there. Just made her very happy to take that look. It's about the last time that she smiled for the rest of the day. So Ioan's redirect. Continuing, after 2021, was he still a full-time actor? And he says, well, yes and no. And so asked to explain, he says, well, yes, in terms of actively pursuing jobs, and he has obtained jobs, but no, in the sense that the quality and the quantity have diminished. And he attributes the loss of those opportunities to the detriment, to the damage to his good name and reputation. So Alice's smear campaign. That's why he's not getting as many offers in the kind of quality that he was getting before. As far as just some other documents now that I don't remember what they are, I think they're his financial declarations and the calculations of gross adjusted income available for support. He relied on Patrick Greene for the accuracy of the documents, the calculations. He didn't do them. The judge kind of interjects at this point. It's admitted Mr. Greene's report is in evidence. Don't think we need to be doing this. So I don't even know what these documents are. Joe says at this point, I misspoke last time about the issue of Alice's ability to work outside the home. That was a question from the court. And the judge is, I'm a little perplexed by this. I'm like, I don't know what this introduction is. He's like explaining to the judge. I don't know what last time he's talking about. I don't know what any of this means. And the judge is like kind of perplexed by this. So, okay, so it doesn't really matter. Ask him. And first the judge is like, well, so ask Alice. So ask Alice when she testifies. And Joe kind of like seems to be, I don't, it's very strange. It's very strange. It's like he's thinking aloud about, not sure if he's going to ask these questions or who to ask the questions from, or it's almost like he's asking for guidance from the court. And the judge was like, I'm not going to tell you how to ask questions. It was a little bit bizarre. Janina at one point is like, I don't remember that happening. And the judge is like, yeah, I asked him questions about that. I guess he's gonna ask Alice. He's like, I want to ask Ioan. And well, then ask him. Then ask him. You don't need, he's here. You don't need my permission to ask him. It was a little bit strange, and it just kind of increased my alarm. What is happening here? What is going on? I'm confused because this isn't normally how you do court stuff. So we turn to a different subject, I guess. Or, I mean, I don't know, we kind of get back to it. Asked if he's willing to contribute to childcare for, he testified previously, he was willing to contribute to childcare for the younger child when Alice works. And he reaffirms he is willing to do that. And so he asked, what would his expectation of a contribution for be for Alice to attend these weekend conventions? And Ioan says, well, you know, the youngest child, she's 12, so I would expect she'd need some care, or she'd need a babysitter over the weekend or something like that. And also, what about a non-acting job? And he's like, I assume there's a need for childcare for when she finishes school to the time that Alice returns home. Now I'm already, as soon as like the childcare for Alice to go to weekend conventions came up, I'm already hearing Alice, like I'm hearing the chain jingling, you know, the coins jingling in her mind as she's like calculating, oh, I might be able to get more money out of him because they don't do that now. She's been able to manage the conventions. Now, kind of seems like she's just leaving her kids unattended at home, which probably isn't ideal. But here she is being offered more money for nothing to have childcare. Do we think she'd actually pay for the babysitter? Or would she just pocket the money, go to the convention? I know what I think. I know what I think. I could hear the coins jingling as she's already imagining how she's gonna get more money. What's the rate of a weekend babysitter in Los Angeles? I mean, I couldn't believe I was hearing this. I really couldn't. Like, don't specify the conventions. Why would you do that? I don't get it. That's part of the support obligation. You absolutely did not have to volunteer that. I'm baffled at this strategy. But then, guys, Joe actually asked this question. He actually asked this question. If Alice gets acting jobs and if you're back on good terms with the kids, would you take them? When Alice gets acting jobs and if you're back on good terms with the kids, would you take them? What kind of fucking hypothetical is this? Have you given any thought to the steps and the process that would be required to get to that point? Have you been here for this trial? Do you have a sense of the likelihood that that is going to happen? This to me was like, this just seems like a blow, like this is friendly fire. This is friendly fire. Like, what a big fucking if is this? I just don't even know. I don't even know how to deal with this question. Enormous WTF in my notes. How do you ask this question of this man who has suffered the loss of his children, who has no reason to expect that's going to be fixed, has already put everything that he has in trying to reconcile with the kids? The mother has interfered at every turn, won't have it. So the thousands of dollars spent on reconciliation therapy have failed. The thousands of dollars spent on the child custody evaluation got them nowhere. The thousands of dollars spent on minors counsel went for nothing. And you're going to ask him, oh, well, just if, you know, sunshine and rainbows, the relationship with the kids gets better. I was mad. I was mad at this question. How do you do that to your own client? This was just, to me, extremely insensitive. I didn't like it at all. Fortunately, it was objected to, and the judge himself is like, physical timeshare is not part of this trial. The judge says we are not going to touch the custody stipulation, because if I do, then 3044 comes in. That's the family code section that says it's presumed to not be in the best interest of the kids to be in the custody of an abuser. And there's a lot you got to do to overcome that presumption. Their existing stipulation doesn't comply with it. So he said he's not going to sign the stip, but he's not reopening custody, and nobody has asked him to. He says, nobody has charged me with any of that in this trial. You know, so where do we go with all this? Where do we go with all this? This whole issue of, you know, we know she's got the fucking abuse finding. She had it before. We even got the DVRO renewal, but now we even have this fresh one. So we're like doing this thing where we pretend she doesn't. What does all this mean? What's going to happen? I've said before, option number one, they just kind of stipulate around it. They propose findings that, presuming that Alice does the things that the statute requires, do the, you know, batterers treatment program, whatever other stuff she has to do, drug and alcohol monitoring, then it is in the children's best interest to stay with her. Problem is that then you kind of have this issue of monitoring that, and what if she doesn't do it? Do you enforce it? Do you not? How does it get enforced? All of that. Gets a little messy. Option number two, move to revoke the custody stipulation. It's not enforceable. It was entered into under a mistake of law, mistaken interpretation, I guess, of mistaken understanding of what was going to be allowed under the circumstances. So it's not a knowing and involuntary stipulation. Revoke it. Litigate custody. Seems like it's an option. Just don't think it's one they want to open that door, you know, back up. There was a reason why they, you know, he had to give up essentially the custody fight that he was in for years. And try to resolve it with this stipulation. So I don't think they want to do that. And the option number three, which seems to be the one that they're going to do, is we're just not going to have a judgment on custody. And the kids at some point will age out, and then it won't matter. Alice won't have to do anything. Judge won't have to be bothered about the findings. It's like, it's just such a fiction, this whole situation. You know, that law exists for a reason. But now we get the excuses for why we're not going to apply it. Well, it would just be really inconvenient to have to do that. I don't like it, but I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're just gonna not have a custody judgment, and they will wait it out. Kids will age out, and there will never be a custody judgment. That's my guess. But at least in theory, it is possible. Reopen it. Maybe down the road that would happen. I have no idea. You wouldn't be able to do that if a judgment, you know, fix the stipulation and then make it part of the judgment. Then you're going to have a hard time reopening it. But I think if all you got is a stipulation that doesn't comply with the law and it never becomes a judgment, it's going to be a little bit more, you know, potentially more feasible to reopen it. That said, the judge keeps also saying this is the final stipulation. It's a Montenegro which is probably a California case. I haven't looked at that one, but it's a final stipulation. Doesn't necessarily mean it's enforceable. It's not legally compliant. So possibility I would be potentially looking into, you know, if that's what my client wanted. Can you can we just like yoink the stipulation then? It doesn't comply with the law. We then go back to the premarital agreement and his understanding vis-a-vis the role of residuals and royalties in calculating spousal support. His understanding is that they were excluded as income. That was his understanding at the time. And the reason is because there were several complexities that go into determining the amount of those things. They come without work on his part. There are issues as far as the timing and the ownership of the income. In other words, if you get residuals from a property, from a project that you did after your marriage was over, it's post, you know, post-marriage, separate income. If you did it before, post-marriage or pre-marriage, separate income. It like kind of blurs the lines on what the actual entitlement is and stuff. Also just being passive income, and since there were issues around whether this was, you know, whether to include it or not, it was just determined for ease that they should be excluded as passive income. We go to paragraph 10 in the prenup, which is the definition of income in 10.2. And he says that he understood this particular issue, this particular definition to be relating to issues of income during the marriage and not applied to the determination of spousal support. Spousal support is determined in a different part of the agreement. We go into recross. He's asked about the number of auditions following 2021 that he estimated as a handful, and that doesn't include voiceover roles. There was going to the strike, the SAG actor strike, that was in 2023. Yes, that resulted in lost jobs for several actors. He himself was on a job that got closed down due to the strike. There was also a writer's strike that he agreed reduced the number of acting jobs around the same time. Then Wayne Mejia moving money between accounts. The strike to me seems like a bit of a red herring because his worst year was 2022. And so it preceded the writer's strike. He did better the year that they had the writer's strike than the year Alice was in, you know, we were like having the peak of Alice's smear campaign. Filed the DVRO in February, and so he's like suffering the consequences of the smear campaign that you know had accumulated before that. So I don't know the strike doesn't really seem that big of a deal to me, but I don't know what she's thinking. Then to Wayne Mejia moving money between accounts. She says that's what she was referring to with the moving money, and that Wayne's office would handle those types of things. Again, yes, he was the manager for Ioan for years before the marriage. Ioan trusted him. As far as the definition of income in the premarital agreement and not believing that definition applied to the spousal support provisions, isn't it true? The first sentence states, as used throughout this agreement. And so isn't it true that it would apply to all provisions of the agreement? He says, no, not true, not his understanding. It's going to be for the judge to decide. I don't know why you're asking him this. I mean, she's asking because Joe asked, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What the agreement says is going to be the final word on what your intentions were. And so the judge is going to be the one that interprets the language and decides what that means. Then his testimony that residuals come in without doing any work, but isn't it true to get residuals, you have to do an acting job in the first place. Yes, yes, you do. Auditions that he did in 2023 to 2025, that didn't include any convention work. And Ioan's like, no, because those are completely separate things. No. What? So she clarifies, you know, he had convention work, and he says, I don't know the time frame. I know that I have been to some, and I can generate income from that. So that was the recross. Joe then got a brief redirect because new issues were opened up. The actor strike. The judge was like, you know, made him specify what new issues. The actor strike. And so asked when the strikes ended, he said he'd have to look at his diary to be sure, but because he returned to the job he'd been on that stopped, he believed that was around February 2024, but not positive. All right, guys. Get comfortable. Get a nice drink. This is the part where it gets fun. If you're a champagne type, might be your moments. You know, it is Friday night. I'm not much of a drinker anymore. I'm kind of too old. It affects me too much. Like I don't mean like in the sense that I'm a lightweight, although I kind of am now because I don't drink much anymore. But in the sense that like, oh God, it messes up my sleep and I'm just a wreck the next day. Can't really drink much, so I'll be enjoying my delicious water. But you know, put your feet up, sit back, because Diana Lesgert, the Dr. Dawn Hughes of this particular trial, oh, she gave us quite a show. She gave us quite a show. So they connected. First, just visually, we have a large screen up in the courtroom that shows the court connect, and it shows us in squares. Like I said, this is really just Microsoft Teams. And so you have the different calendars, the different cameras. You have the courtroom view camera. You have the judge on the camera. You have whoever, you know, is present for the meeting is there on their cameras. So we have Mr. Greene is there muted for the background. He is dressed much more quietly today. He's like in neutrals, and his background is blurred, but you know, he's just sitting in an office. Ms. Lesgert is also, you know, got a big office in the background, but hers is not blurred. You see the big desk and like, you know, stuff around. She appears to be maybe in her 50s. She's white. She's got longer hair, kind of well, similar to mine, although I think she's got a bang. Like I don't have bangs. She has like a bang. She's got glasses, and so the thing right off the bat about Ms. Lesgert is that she talks really fast and she really rambles. She goes on and on and on and on and on. And this, I think, ultimately is what got Alice in so much trouble. So I'm watching this on the big screen unfold in the courtroom. We first mark her curriculum vitae, dated of July 11th of 2025. It accurately sets out her certifications, education, and experience. She has testified previously in well over 100 cases. She has 37 years of experience as a forensic accountant in family law. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Remember Dawn Hughes's background? Remember all of her qualifications, all those cases that she testified in. And as it turns out, what that means is she was a paid hack. She was there to advance the narrative of her client at any cost, even the cost of looking really ridiculous herself. When, as it turned out, she had been fed cherry-picked information on which to base her opinion. When confronted with the pieces of the puzzle that she hadn't been informed about, she had to acknowledge, yeah, those were a little bit problematic. Yes, this does seem rather abusive by Amber. That type of thing. Sure does remind me of that in hindsight. Sounds very impressive, but maybe it just means you're a paid hack. We'll say whatever your client wants you to say. So we are focusing on Exhibit 28, which is the, Patrick Greene had introduced this. This is the breakdown of the differences in their respective positions on the community property equalization. So I don't think I gave like a little bit of an introduction, just like an overview very quickly of what this is. And so I've mentioned previously, California is a community property state. What this means, separate property is anything that any party owned before the marriage, and certain types of property that you acquire during the marriage can be separate property. Those are typically inheritances and gifts. Separate gifts can remain your separate property. But otherwise, any property that is acquired during the marriage is community property. So when you're going through a divorce in a community property state, the very first thing the court has to do is figure out what's the character of this property I'm being faced with. These assets, these debts, are they community? Are they separate? And then once we have a clear picture of what's this person's separate property, what's the community property, then the court has to divide it. And so the division is equitable, meaning it's what the court thinks is fair. It doesn't mean that like just because this is your separate property, you're getting it, although there may be a little bit of a presumption to that effect. It doesn't mean that just because it's community property, we're splitting it 50-50. There may be a little bit of a presumption to that effect. But at the end of the day, it's based on what the court thinks is fair and equitable. So when the parties are coming into court in this kind of context with accountants, what they are doing is they are preparing for the court their versions of what they think is community property, what they think is separate property, and then based on that, how do we do an award that results in an equal division of what's there, in light of who is responsible for what, debts and things like that, things like, the attorney fees and stuff like that. And so this is what this exhibit is it's each accountant's version of here's what I think is community, here's what I think is separate, and here's how I think, they get divided so that Ioan gets his full separate property, Alice gets any of her full separate property, and then the community property is equally divided. So this particular exhibit, it sets out the differences between their respective legal positions. It's the side-by-side balance sheet that was prepared right before trial. So we first identify what the differences are. First, the C Hoare account. She provides for an $84,000 equalization. Mr. Greene treats $168,915 as the, that was the balance of the account apparently as of the date of separation, as a community asset. She has it as Ms. Evans, Alice's separate asset. So she is characterizing this as separate property, meaning all of it goes to Alice. Mr. Greene is treating it as it's 50-50. So there's no equalization needed because they just both equally share it. Her version, since Alice gets it all, then you offset that by half of the value, kind of being, you know, equalized. You put that on Ioan's side of the balance sheet, since according to her, it's not his. Then we turn to the 2640 reimbursement. So 2640, again, they like to throw out the numbers of the code. It reminds me of when, like in environmental law in particular, people love the, oh man, now it's been a long week. The word for when you use letters to represent something. What is it? Like ROUS, you know, the rodents of unusual sight. There's a word for like what the ROUS is. Chat, please help me. Somebody help me. Acronym. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, P.L. Demori Gray. A hard time reading because I'm on my phone. It's quite small. Thank you, CHS. Acronyms. It reminds me of how, like in environmental law in particular, they are just replete with acronyms. They love the acronyms. And so if you're like not in that area and you like want to go sit in on a court hearing or something like that, you get completely freaking lost because they're throwing all these acronyms out. And you have no idea what they mean or what they're talking about. These guys are very similar with their California codes. They just throw out the number. They all know what it means. I got to go look it up. So I did on this one. And 2640 is a specific statute in California that deals with a person being able to recover their separate acquisition cost for property. So they contributed, you know, the cost to acquire a community asset. They're entitled to recover that under this provision of California law. Interestingly, the statute itself says no interest. So the premarital agreement seems to have like contracted around that particular part of the statute. Hasn't really been any argument made about like, you can't do that. So I presume that you can do that. They just don't really want them to, you know, or so are arguing about what the premarital agreement means. But so that's the 2640 reimbursement. It deals with him getting his $750,000 down payment back for the family home. So for that, she says her accounting is, it's a legal determination. The premarital agreement has conflicting paragraphs because one says Ioan's investment is $750,000 with no interest, but another says if it's sold, then you add the 5% in. And so she understood the document doesn't overcome the community property rules, basically like because they transmuted it to community property, it was used as the marital home, et cetera, et cetera. It didn't overcome that because it's ambiguous. She says Richard, back with the Richard Greene. Still got Karen Reed on the mind. I heard she had some interesting developments in court today. Patrick Greene does add the interest, but he also limits it to the total equity in the home because it would be unconscionable to award the husband an amount that's in excess of the total value of the home. And so our position is that it is only the $750,000 that goes into the 2640 reimbursement. And she's also asked to specify that in his balance sheets, Mr. Greene's balance sheets, he didn't initially assess the interest, and he only did that in the last balance sheet that they discussed, and engaged in a meet and confer about it. And then he added it during that process, which was just before trial. She says last month, maybe even a few weeks ago. So after January, early January, when they had all of those meet and confers, all of those, not meet and confers, the mandatory settlement conferences, and Alice finally freaking stipulated to the validity of the premarital agreement. Now we know we're dealing with the premarital agreement. So now he includes the provision of the premarital agreement that says you get interest. Seems to make sense to me. Hope that fact gets like pulled out for the court, because so far it hasn't been. Next difference is at line 8, which deals with legal fees that were paid out of escrow. And so Mr. Greene had treated $90,000 in fees to Meyer Olson as Alice's. They allocated it to Ioan, but now understand that $30,000 cash was refunded to Alice. And so she learned that Meyer Olson had been replaced, and when they did that, it refunded the $30,000 to Alice. And so that portion should be charged to her. It changes her opinion and her calculation. Again, would have loved to have known, you know, this didn't just happen. This didn't just happen. Okay, Meyer Olson came out in what, May of 2023? Almost 3 years ago that happened. Not news that they were replaced, not news that Alice took the refund. Why is it news to her? How come she didn't know that? This was a Dr. Don Hughes moment. How come you didn't know that? Your client didn't mention that to you? When did you find that out? How did you find that out? Would have loved to have find out a little, you know, gotten a little bit more information about that, because yeah, looks like that whole selectively providing your expert with only the information that you want them to have, so you get the result that you want. But if Patrick Greene knows about it, then he's going to bring it up, and you better deal with it. So I would love to know. How come you didn't know? How come your client didn't tell you about that $30,000 cash that she got back from those attorneys almost 3 years ago? How come you're only learning about that like right now at trial? I would love to know. Didn't get asked. So now she has like reallocated. She's changed her numbers. Basically, I don't quite understand. Like I feel like we had, when the forensic accountants testified, when Patrick Greene testified, we had all the numbers, and I know it's kind of difficult to follow and annoying and stuff like that. I get it, because for me, it's the same thing with the bookkeeping language. I don't really understand what they mean. If I could look at the thing, if I could look at the exhibit and see what you're doing and how you're doing the math, I would be able to make sense of it. But the language, I don't fully get. So I do apologize for that, because I'm going to just tell you what they said, but I'm not going to be able to tell you what it means, because I can't quite put it in context mentally. She would change it so that $16,568 is chargeable to Alice rather than the full $45,000. So what I think this means is they're saying the $45,000 legal fee obligation is split equally, but it's not clear to me, because I'm not sure if she is treating the $90,000 that was used to pay the attorney fees as part of Ioan's separate property. I don't think that is how this particular balance sheet works. And so what they're doing is, I think, looking at the obligation. And so she's basically saying Ioan still owes. I don't really get it. $61,567.64 is allocated to Ioan. I don't get this division. Honestly, I really don't. I don't understand. I just don't understand the accounting side of it, but those were the numbers. So if anybody else can make sense out of it, great. That's awesome. I'm usually very good with numbers, and if I can see it, it will make more sense. But when they're just throwing it out with the terms and I'm not like fully sure what they mean, like what do you mean when you're saying chargeable versus allocated versus these other things? I need to see the math happening to understand what they're doing when they use that language. She also calls him loan. She calls him loan during this part of her testimony. She's like, oh, I do that. I forget it's an I and it looks like an L. So she calls him loan and then has to correct herself. The final difference between her and Mr. Greene has to do with Dr. Dupay's payments. Greene charged them 50-50. She is charging Ioan for all of them in her balance sheet. So yeah, I think what this means is that allocated 61,567 is allocated to Ioan, meaning that's like a positive on his side of the balance sheet. 16,568 is chargeable to Alice, meaning it's a negative on her side of the balance sheet. Pretty sure that's what it means, but it would be very helpful to see the math. So then let's go back to the C Hoare account. Let's do that. Alice's separate property account from before marriage. We turn to note 3 on this side-by-side exhibit, which I am now quite eager to see. I really want to see this note 3. She states that she reviewed the statements from the account, the C Hoare account, in British pounds. She did her tracing that way. She used a 1.41 average rate of exchange. That was the average over the time period that was at issue, and it wasn't materially different over that period of time, so she used the average. As of the date of marriage, there was $31,108.82 in the account, and she walked it through the current period where it has $168,915 in it. Immediately, my antenna are up, because I don't know how you walk it through to the current period if you don't have 11 years worth of the statements, which Mr. Greene did not have. So I'm already like, okay, not sure how this works, but you walked it through to the current period where the balance is $168,915. So there is a typo on one of the pages. She had identified a particular transaction as June 11th of 2023, but it does the year and the date, differently. So it was actually June 23rd of 2011. She's talking very fast and running on at this point, so I'm having a little bit of a hard time catching everything, but she's saying there's a closing of 97,800 and something on June 23rd of 2011, and then the date of marriage to November 12th of 2009, the first deposit from the investment account, and that's the brokerage account. She got the statements in the last 2 days. It shows there was a brokerage account opened in 2002 with £50,000. Then there's a break in the statements. It was invested in stocks. June 2, 2011 shows a sale of stock. 97,874 is transferred out. We have a break in the statements from the marriage to June of 2011 for 4 years. She's like getting really into this explanation. And Joe, at this point, objects, moves to strike this testimony. The judge says, "What's the grounds?" And Joe says, "Failure to produce these records in accordance with the court's discovery order." And the judge says that's sustained. It is untimely. Janina now, wait a second, right? She just said, I got these statements 2 days ago, and based on that, I'm doing all these things with it. Janina says, wait a second, time out. And the judge, eyebrows up. Hold up with the timeout. You don't do the timeout. I call the timeout. That's not you. He's given her a little bit of a dressing down, and she's still like talking over him and arguing with him while he's telling her, you are out of line. You are so out of line, telling the judge, time out. when I just ruled. You ask to argue further. She's like, eventually, oh, I asked to argue further. I'm arguing further. I want to argue. And she says, I was asking about Exhibit 213 that was produced, and she went beyond that in her answer. Oh, Janina, this is not an excuse. This is not an excuse. Because what you kind of just said, the quiet part out loud, is that you didn't want anybody to know that you got these records that you didn't produce that are potentially impeachable, that are kind of important to these critical issues that the judge has to decide about. What is the nature of this $168,915 in this account? Where did those funds come from? What are they traceable to? Patrick Greene says, I have them up to 2011. There's many years missing. There's this transfer of $97,000 from a source he wasn't able to identify. And then no more information. You just kind of acknowledging on the record that your intent was just to ask about the exhibit and not to disclose the fact that you had records you hadn't disclosed. I don't think that's the argument you want to be making. Your Honor, my intention was to hide this so that nobody would ever know. That is what, in effect, she just said. With all this attitude to the judge, hold up, time out. It's not like that. It's her fault. I wasn't asking her about that. If she had just answered my question, you would never have known that I had these documents. Can you guys fucking believe this? Can you believe this? I'm like dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded. And I'm also like, Joe, why are you moving to strike this? Okay? You want this in. This is bad faith litigation conduct. This goes to your argument for sanctions. Do not move to strike this. I don't know why you did that. You want this in evidence. Tearing my hair out with Joe at this point. Very nice guy, but I'm like, why are you moving to strike this? Bad faith litigation conduct goes to one of the issues that he has to decide, which is the sanctions, the attorney fees, all of that stuff that's been reserved. I was just asking about what was produced. I never intended for anybody to know there was stuff we didn't produce. Oh, Lord. So we just reaffirm, yes, she reviewed. Okay, Janina gets back on track with the witness. You reviewed the Exhibit 213. The 213 is all of the statements from the C Hoare account that they did produce. The ones up to the 2011 or whatever, the ones that Patrick Greene got. That's what Exhibit 213 is. So you just reviewed those partial ones, right? Yes. And that contains the records from the C Hoare account through June 12th of 2009. When there were, there was this transfer in of, certain, whatever, however much of in British pounds, 90,000 something. Were there any transfers from City National Bank? And the answer was no. And then from the date of marriage to, she said June 11, 2023, but I think that's what she was just trying to correct, to June 23rd of 2011. when the 97,000 British pounds were transferred in, so I'm lost now. I don't know if we're talking about separate two separate transfers or just one. But yeah, she reviewed the accounts. And so we're talking about the period from the date of marriage to this transfer of 97,000 pounds in. Were there transfers from any City National account? And Joe objects to this as asked and answered. So I guess he understood it to be the same transfer. But now it's like we're in the dark because there's a whole additional bit of information that this accountant has that nobody else does, never got disclosed. So I don't even know. I don't even know what they're talking about. Give me a second here. I got to plug my camera in real quick. Okay, I think we're good to go. So then she's asked about her awareness of the difference of opinion for about the income calculation for purposes of spousal support. And she says the difference stems from the premarital agreement that talks about excluding income on certain income or passive income. And it's the, paragraph 18.5C of the premarital agreement. It's been read to us several times. Whoa, several times in court. Hang on. We good? I think we're good. Almost took a little spill there. So she's asked what kinds of income has Mr. Greene excluded? And she says he's excluded royalties, residual income. And so from an accounting perspective, she's asked, should residuals be excluded? And she says, well, it's not really passive. It's ordinary income that results from work performed. It results from a contract that's based on, they get returns based on the box office performance. And so there's efforts required in order to be entitled to residuals. And so she says she like I said, she runs on. If the work was done during the marriage, it would be separate. It wouldn't be separate property either. And this is stricken as non-responsive. She's just like going on about her opinions that I'm not sure anybody is raising in the case. And so then she's saying that projects that Ioan worked on after the marriage, the residuals are earned income, not passive, regardless of when it is earned. It's treated as ordinary earnings for tax purposes for the period that it is received in. So that's what her interpretation of the premarital agreement is based on. We then go to Cross. And we start right off with the premarital agreement and Alice's disclosure of assets and liabilities. Exhibit B. Do you recognize the Hoare's bank account on this? Yes. And did you take this exhibit into account when characterizing the Hoare's account? She considered it, yes. Yes, she did. And her explanation, she considered it, goes into the running on again. The balance is only cash. It excludes stock that was held, unfortunately. So what I see is $50,000 comes in and then the account reduces and the cash balances because their shares owned and schedule didn't reflect that. And so because of the way the brokerage statements are reported, it wouldn't surprise me it was left off because U.S. accounts say the stocks and the holdings, and this has the statements in total dollars, but there's no statement showing the brokerage. Judge cuts her off at this point. I got some questions. Oh, I bet you do, Judge. Are you saying there was 50,000 pounds not accounted for in Exhibit B, Alice's financial disclosures to the premarital agreement? She says no, approximately another 25,000 or so. Oh, is that all? So she invested the 50,000 pounds in 2002. That seems to be when this account was set up. She invested most of it in stocks. The cash balance of the account goes up and down until this date. I'm not sure what this date is. That's just what she says. And the court is likewise confused. He says, I am trying to unconfuse the court, and this isn't helping. You're not unconfusing the court. You know, sometimes there is explaining to clarify, and sometimes there is explaining to obfuscate. And I think it's pretty clear which one this expert is really trying to do right now, really trying to obfuscate. She doesn't really want us to understand exactly what she's saying, because it's really bad for Alice, quite bad. So he says, this is about non-disclosure of assets. How much? She says, 26,966 pounds at a minimum. Sterling, pound sterling, were not disclosed in the premarital agreement. They were not accounted for. She says, I wasn't aware when I prepared note 3. I only used the checking account balances, and I discovered the $97,000 deposit from the capital account. And so then 2 to 3 days ago, those statements finally came, and it had grown and was transferred. And the judge asks, have you produced those statements? And she says, well, I think Ms. Verano was going to produce it. Oh, little passing the buck. So he asks, did you disclose it to Mr. Greene? She didn't. She didn't. They got these days ago. Never turned them over. Never turned them over. Were further contributions made during the marriage? She says, I didn't see any transfers in. It didn't increase in value during the marriage. Now I'm confused because I thought she just said it did, and it went up and down, but I'm not sure. So the court at this point just makes a comment. I have questions that you can address in closings. He's like, you're going to have arguments. Joe, once again, I want to strike. What the fuck, Joe? This is a gift that is being handed to you. What are you doing? I want to strike? No, you do not want to strike this. The judge has just told you. This is going to be great for your closing. Fortunately for Ioan, the judge says, I'm not striking it. I am leaving it in for you to argue how confusing this is, and it should not be. That's right. It should not be. Remember how we've talked about in California, spouses are fiduciaries to each other. One of the duties of a fiduciary is a duty to account. A duty to account. If you are a trustee and you are managing somebody else's property and they want to know what you've done, you have a duty to lay it all out, what you have done. Alice has a duty as a spouse to account for her property correctly. This is a big problem. Alice made a representation in the premarital agreement that was false. That was intended for Ioan to rely upon it for purposes of entering the premarital agreement. he did in fact rely on it when they entered the premarital agreement. This is fraud. This is fraud in the premarital account. And she kept it secret. She kept it secret from him, this whole brokerage account, because they had no idea to request it. They had no idea it existed. Never been disclosed. Things got real bad, real fast for Miss Alice right here. And yeah, that whole fiduciary thing, that now, guys, remember back when I said during the cross-examination of Ioan, remember that Janina asked him about this part of the premarital agreement where it says, I waive any further disclosures beyond these ones? And ask yourself now, what did she mean by that? What did she mean by that? Did she mean, is she setting up, is she trying to get Alice off the hook for the breach of fiduciary duty by saying this is a waiver of that Alice didn't have a duty to account for this? When she knew that they had this hidden information and Ioan and his team did not? Because that potentially makes Janina complicit in fraud as well. Fraud on the court. Oh, guys, this got so bad, so fast. We'll wrap it up and then we'll talk about what it means. So the judge also says, oh no, sorry, we're back to Joe. We're back to Joe, and he's saying you are claiming that you traced everything to a separate property source, everything in this account to a separate property source in Exhibit 28. And she says it's in Note 3, my tracing. Joe moves to strike this as well, and it's overruled because she answered the question. She said it's in Note 3, her tracing. He then asks which differences, which of these opinions regarding differences of opinion are not based on any legal argument or instruction from the attorney who hired you. And she says only the C Hoare account. That one's not a legal conclusion because the tracing is well supported. The rest is the premarital agreement language, the rest of the disagreements. Literally like doubling down now on this tracing. At some point in here, she doesn't call him loan anymore, but she calls him Ioan. So I don't feel nearly as bad about my Ioan when it should be Ioan. It's much more melodic. I should have known, like, just given the Welsh language. She doesn't think the categorization as separate property or community property is a legal determination. This lacks credibility. It is 100% a legal determination, the categorization of assets. That is the court's job to do. And you saying I did such a good job proving my case means it's not a legal issue. That's like a super Don Hughes kind of thing to say, you know? It's not an issue because I found it to be so. As if she is the freaking judge. The judge then wants to ask, where will the court find the tracing as to this account? And she says it's the last page of Exhibit 28, Note 3. And the judge says, that's your tracing? And so she starts to answer. It's not complicated. Da, 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 blah. And the judge is like, you don't need to argue with me. And I'm not arguing. I'm explaining. So she's doing the same freaking thing Janina is with the talking over the judge. And oh yikes. Oh yikes. And so he asked, where are the source documents in the evidence? And she says, I think they're in 213, Exhibit 213, which seems to only go up to 2011. So I don't know how you trace this freaking account and then call it well supported with records that don't contain the last 10 years. That seems to be a problem for the tracing. So the judge says, that's fine. That's fine. She's like all defensive. I just need to know where to go to figure it out. He's like, fuck you and your testimony. I'm going to sort this out for myself. Because I don't know what the hell you just said, other than there's been fraud perpetrated and there's been discovery violations, bad faith litigation conduct. That's pretty much my only takeaway from this. So as far as the accounting, I'll just be sorting that out for myself. Thank you very much. Oh man, redirect. No further questions from Janina. No, I think I'm good. Oh, you didn't want another? Oh my Lord. So then we got Patrick Greene for rebuttal. Based on Ms. Lesgert's testimony about the Hoare's account, do you have any response to that? Yes. Yes, he does. First, all of the documents subsequent to 2012 were not produced. In Exhibit 213, the last statement is for January 22nd of 2013. The values are more current than that, so we are missing 12 to 13 years. Exhibit 28, page 5, note 3 of the side-by-side showing interest and expense through February 22nd of 2021. There's a entry of 5,020 pounds sterling, which amounts to $7,064.62 in US dollars. I don't have documentation to support that figure. So her tracing is apparently not, in fact, based on Exhibit 213, because Exhibit 213, Patrick Greene has, and it doesn't contain documentation to support the entries that she's putting in this note, which now seems to suggest she actually did have more information prior, like well before 2 to 3 days ago, that hasn't been disclosed. She relied on something, or she made it up out of thin air. It's one or the other. Little misrepresentation to the court about what she relied on to do that tracing. This is so ugly, guys. This is really ugly. This is really ugly. Now, I never did a lot of family litigation. I did do some. Not my scene. Didn't love it. You see a variety. You know, people are angry and emotions are high and everyone hates each other, and it's an atmosphere that's conducive to bad behavior and bad faith behavior. But that said, my impression, this is like about as bad as it gets in a family case. Stuff like this coming out. All the way back all the way back to the premarital agreements, non-disclosure, and now what it looks like is an awful lot of effort to try to cover it up. That's what it looks like. And the court is not going to be pleased with that one bit. Not one bit. His second response to Ms. Lesgert's testimony about the Hoare's account is that there are no supporting documents to explain the $50,000 in the initial amount. It's claimed to reflect a brokerage account that wasn't disclosed, but I don't have those documents, nor does it explain 96,000 pounds coming into the account, the June 23rd, 2011 transaction, 97,284, 184. I don't know. I've started to lose the numbers at this point, but it's 97,000 plus, almost $98,000. I think he's again, because the numbers get switched. I'm like, are we talking about two or just one? I think it's just one. June 23rd of 2011, 97 plus thousand pounds. Okay. 97,000 pounds. Let me do this real quick. We're just going to call it, we're going to round it up to 98. Remember the 1.41 exchange rate? The exchange rate, this is pounds. So the exchange rate, that's $138,000 coming into the account. She just claims it's her separate property, but there's no documentation of it, of what it is. So yeah, he's got a response. Does he have experience tracing? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And so here, the problem is there is not sufficient documentation to trace the C Hoare account to the amount that is held in the account as of the date of separation. Janina objects to this. The premarital agreement takes us outside of ordinary tracing, and the judge says, that's an argument. Deal with that in your closing. He's like, that's an argument. Go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try to make that argument and see how I feel about it. See how I feel about that argument. The reason why there is insufficient documentation is because, number one, there is no supporting documentation for the 11-year time period that we talked about, and the further deposits, he's got an S, multiple S. So that now we're back to like, it seems like more than one. During the marriage, for which there is no explanation as to the source. So his opinion of the character, this is community. This is treated as community because that's the presumption. You have the duty to establish it as your own separate property. Can't do that. Certainly can't do that by withholding 11 years worth of bank statements. Then as far as the 2640 reimbursement, that the house, does he want to add anything to that? No, he says he testified previously why he arrived at the 5% due to the premarital agreement. During cross-examination, the issue had brought up about the return on acquisition cost, and he says the premarital agreement allows return on the $750,000, but the language says no return on acquisition cost. FC 2640 isn't about acquisition costs. It's the $750,000. So he says his entitlement to the return is addressed in the premarital agreement. The $750,000 is not an acquisition cost. So that's his read on it. Line 8, the one about the attorney fees, anything to add? He says no, since other than just if we're changing the numbers because Alice had that $30,000 that she skimmed and never gave back, that would change the numbers and it would affect the respective equalization payments. So those numbers would have to be changed. In meeting and conferring about the allocation of amounts paid to Alice, did she agree that did Ms. Lesgert agree that the $110,000 to Alice out of the sale should be allocated to her? And the answer was yes. It's not on there as a difference. And why did she believe that? And he says he doesn't know because that isn't a difference between them. So now we're back to, I'm not really sure what they're meaning by this allocated and charged, because I would have thought that would be a charge because it's Ioan's separate property, but I think that's entered differently on the balance sheet. I don't know. I need to be able to see the documents to make sense out of it. Does he disagree that the amounts distributed to Alice from the Meyer firm should be charged to her? No, he does not disagree with that. Then as far as Dupay, did they have discussion as to why she charges the entire amount to Ioan? And yes, they did. She said Ioan had requested it and it wasn't used, so their position was that it should be charged to him solely. She doesn't say where she got that information or position from. She just made it up because it's not what the agreement says. There was an order, a stipulation in order to appoint Dr. Dupay. It provides for half of the fees to be paid by each party. It doesn't say anything about if you don't want to use it, you don't have to pay. Any further response to her testimony? No. No. So then Janina, couple minutes cross. First on note 3, exhibit 28, isn't it true? It says the lowest balance in the account for the time period for the statements was $14,748.72. Yes, he's aware that note 3 says that. Who fucking cares? Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? Janina, very eager for the argument on this one, because I don't know what that has to do with anything in light of everything else that we have just heard about this account. Are you aware that the parties had business manager who managed their earnings? No, he was not aware of that. Also, don't see how that matters. Doesn't change the characterization. Don't see how that matters. Is Alice, I see where this is going. I already see where this is going. Alice is going to try to throw Wayne Mejia under the bus. She's going to try to like make this his fault somehow. She's going to try to make it his fault. They've already had to like game plan. How are we going to get Alice out of her premarital agreement fraud? What's the story? She's going to blame Wayne Mejia. That's why they asked him, Ioan, in his cross, if he helped Alice prepare her disclosures. She's gonna try to throw it on him. I don't think the judge is going to be very impressed with that. I don't think the judge is going to be very impressed with that. He's going to have 3 weeks now, because we didn't get to Alice today. He's going to have 3 weeks to sit with how today ended on this note. And then Alice is going to have to come back in on April 2nd with her little story. And pretty sure the judge is already going to have a pretty good idea of what he thinks about this situation before he hears it. She's going to try to throw Wayne Mejia under the bus. And I really hope it puts a little more context for him on Alice's excuses, Alice's denial, Alice's credibility. Really shot. But she's going to show him exactly what she does. Make some shit up to blame somebody else and make herself the victim. She's going to make herself the victim. I can't wait to see this. I absolutely have to come back for this now. I can't wait to see it. Is she going to cry? To like underscore how victimized she was by Wayne Mejia? Oh my Lord. Wow. That was it for her questions. The financial advisors, the accountants, the forensic accountants, they're released, they're excused, not called back. They're done. Okay. So what they still have left to do, we have Alice's 776, meaning so Joe is not ready to rest because he's still Alice's testimony is part of his case. He also may have some rebuttal to her from Bianca. So nobody is in a position to rest at this point in time until after Alice testifies. Janina's plan is to rest on April 2nd after Alice testifies. The grand finale. The last chance. Oh God, I can't wait. I really can't. I really can't. Because I think on some level, she probably really does still think she's going to be able to pull this off. She really thinks she's going to be able to put on a performance and just have the perfect explanation for all of this. See, everything now has taken on a different cast, hasn't it? The Gloria money suddenly looks a little less likely to maybe give the benefit of the doubt to whatever explanation she's going to come up with for that one too, doesn't it? Because she's got a pattern of being misleading about her finances and about not producing information that's necessary to be able to evaluate what she's saying. What an own goal. What an absolute own goal. You know, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out, like, how did this happen? It seems like from Janina's whole hold up, timeout. I didn't ask her about that. She just volunteered it. It seems like the problem was Ms. Lesgert's tendency to go off script, to just run her mouth and say all kinds of stuff, and didn't realize she wasn't supposed to say this. See, the thing is that if hypothetically professionals are like gonna perpetrate a fraud on the court, you're probably gonna do that on like a wink wink nudge nudge basis. You're not gonna like explicitly be like, so here's how we're gonna do the fraud, right? You have to have deniability. And so it's one of these things where I think it was, you know, potentially like just implicitly understood. Here's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to pretend that you did all of your work based on what's in Exhibit 213, the bank statements for the Hoare's account that go up to 2012 through 2012. And we're not going to mention these new statements and the brokerage account and stuff like that. I think that's what was meant to be like implicitly understood, but it seems that it wasn't. Because when you can't say, hey, I want you to cover this up to the court, then you have communication differences. You got limited meeting of the minds, right? Also possible, maybe it was understood this was the plan, and Ms. Lesgert's like, well, I ain't gonna throw myself under the bus, being the person that's here testifying under penalty of perjury. You can sort it out and explain it. Also possible. But they really never intended anybody to know. Janina and Alice never intended anybody to know They got the additional Hoare's bank statements, and the brokerage account was never disclosed. We weren't supposed to know that. Janina said the quiet part out loud. Now we know. Oh. Smartest person in the room? Smartest person in the room. This was dumb as shit. This was some dumb ass shit. From beginning to end. From beginning to end. The decision at the very beginning to hide the account, okay? Because I have to imagine Ioan can testify in rebuttal. Alice is going to come up with her story about the account and whatever, just a misunderstanding. I was never hiding anything, and Ioan is going to be able to testify in rebuttal. I never knew anything about this. She kept this from me our entire relationship. I never knew anything about this. So not disclosing it in the first place, really dumb move, and also just puts her in such a bad light, doesn't it? Puts her in such a bad light. Here she is grasping, demanding what's hers, when from the very, very beginning, it was what's mine is mine and what's yours is also mine. So much bad faith. So let's talk about what could happen, because this gets real fun too. Oh God. When I tell you karma has shined on this case. It really is an amazing thing to see. So typically when there is a failure to disclose assets in the course of a prenup, you've hidden something, you didn't disclose something, it means the prenup is voidable. It means that the person who is, you know, the one who didn't get that disclosure can throw it out if they want to, if it benefits them. So Ioan has the opportunity to do math and decide for himself what works out best for me. Having the prenup, not having the prenup. And if he doesn't want to go by it, he doesn't have to. If he does, he can keep it in place and instead ask for sanctions. And it's almost certain that he will get sanctions. Almost certain that he will get sanctions. And sanctions can include things like he just gets the whole asset. Sanctions can include just a big old, you know, fat monetary fee. You know, allocated as community property, so he gets half, and then sanction her on top. Guys, okay, so here's the part where this is such karmic justice. You don't often get to see a beautiful bit of justice like this. The part that's really so funny about all of this is that if we can kind of take Ms. Lesgert at face value with what she's explaining in terms of the brokerage account and then the stock, and it would grow, and then she would sell it and she would transfer that into the account. And it was all set up in 2002. She's technically probably right that it would be all Alice's separate property. It really would have been, had she properly disclosed it, and then accounted for it in the course of this trial. She really probably would have been able to establish that's her separate property and she would be able to keep it for herself. But by playing this little game, almost certainly she's going to lose at least half as community property. Ioan gets half of the account. Decent chance she's going to lose it all. So I love the poetic justice of grasping little Alice here, trying to squirrel away her own little hoard, her little frickin' dragon's hoard for herself. And had she just been honest about it, she probably could have kept it. But since she wasn't, yeah, guess what? Ioan gets her separate property. You're gonna just hand that over. I just love it. I just love it so much. It really is perfect. Really is perfect and so fitting. So they are adjourned for now. Coming back April the 2nd. Absolutely. I am booking my freaking flight. It's going to happen. Jeff, we're going to make this work. You know we're going to make this work. Because there is zero chance that I can miss Alice's testimony under these circumstances. 3 weeks, the judge is going to sit with all this. And then we're going to come back. And Alice is going to try to explain it all. And it's going to be epic. It's going to be epic. Remember how little patience the judge already had with her explanations, like, you know, that's not how parent-teacher conferences work, right? Yeah, you know, that's not how you sign up for them. Gave her the benefit of the doubt back on that incident. Wonder if he's seeing the error of his ways tonight. Gotta wonder. Oh, if he was hard on her then, I am eager to see, very eager to see what April the 2nd brings. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Here I was like bummed. Here I was all bummed that like they've been waiting for the trial to be over. And obviously there is still that. We're waiting for the weight to be lifted. But I have to imagine there is a lightness in the Griffith household tonight. I have to imagine the mood is rather festive. I was like, oh, just, you know, oh God, and they're not going to be able to get it done. And now, with how things have unfolded, it's really almost ideal. It's honestly really almost ideal. Because here's what they can do. Okay, number one, demand instantly anything that Diana Lesgert had that she didn't already disclose. All of the Hoare bank statements up to the present day, which she has certainly implied that she has, yet are not in Exhibit 213. And everything about that brokerage account. Everything you got about that brokerage account. So, time to get that. Look it over. See what's there. Might be stuff to work with in it. Who knows? Who knows? Perhaps a little more frauds. We'll see. We'll see. So you got opportunity to do that. You have the opportunity now to spend the next 3 weeks at your leisure going back over everything that has already happened in this trial, taking into account how the judge reacted, what he wanted to hear, what he didn't, and you get to now very carefully craft your examination, your approach to Alice. All the time in the world to do it. It's really like a luxury you don't typically get in trial. It's often, this witness is done, you have 10 minutes to think about your cross. They got 3 weeks. They got a lot of luxury of time to think about how they're going to address this. So really, in the end, man, serendipity, it really is a thing. It's just wild. It's just wild how these things often tend to work out for the best, even when it maybe doesn't seem that way in the first instance. And just kind of back to that whole karma thing. Couldn't have happened to a nicer barnacle, a more deserving one. It really couldn't have happened to a more deserving liar. Beautiful thing to behold. It's made this whole thing worth it to me, I swear. Like, I realized this was kind of a niche trial to be talking about. This is not big on Twitter. This is like not big anywhere. The Daily Mail, like, oh yeah, Neil was gone again today. Neil vanished. I did wonder if perhaps the reason had to do with the fact that because the finances were coming into the equation and they know perfectly well they had that $30,000 contract with Alice that Ioan testified to, that it would put them in a position of potentially having to disclose their relationship with her. Don't know. I mean, don't really know the details of how all that works, but it does create a little awkwardness for them. But convenient that they vanished just as the fraud is coming out. So yeah, other than the Daily Mail, this has been super niche. I don't do what I do on YouTube because I'm like, ooh, I need to like chase the followers and stuff like that. I think that's probably pretty clear. I would do things very differently if that were my objective. I would say different things. I would talk about different things. I'm often not interested in like the big case that everybody's talking about right now. Corey Richens, I'm really not interested in it at all, honestly. The only thing that really interests me about it is Catherine Nestor, because she's Tyler Robinson's lawyer, and I'm interested in that case. So I want like a preview of what she's going to do. But just the Corey Richens case in and of itself, you know, whatever. It's kind of like a dime a dozen murder case in my view. Maybe she did it, maybe she didn't. I don't know. I don't really care. It's just not one that particularly resonates with me. So, you know, just all to say that I didn't do this for like big rewards or anything like that. I did it because this was a case that got my attention. I thought it deserved all the attention that Alice was demanding that it should have. I sure hope she's enjoying that attention that she wanted. Sure hope she's enjoying that now. But yeah, once I kind of saw, you know, behind the curtain, with the DVRO application, like what the real situation in this one was. Like, yeah, this one is bad. This one needs a little bit more attention. So I thought it was an important one to cover, but I honestly really didn't expect it to be like this fun, this rewarding. After I was just like, the DVRO, we had to, I was disappointed. I was let down by kind of some of the aspects of the judge's ruling on that one and his thought process on that. I had to, like, in some ways kind of comfort myself that, like, it's normal. You don't get justice. There's no such thing. Often don't, it's often kind of depressing to follow cases because it's never going to be perfect. But every once in a while you get a moment that really is. And I should have had faith. I should have known. I should have known Alice would fuck it all up for herself. I should have known, because I did know way back originally when I first started talking about the case and I saw who Alice was. I knew she's going to fuck this up. And here we are. And so it is beautiful. It's glorious. I'm enjoying it. And I'm looking forward to the after dinner cocktail of her testimony. We had this much fun and we still get to come back now and enjoy Alice make a complete ass out of herself trying to explain all this away. Oh, it's going to be fun. So I hope those of you who have stuck with this and enjoyed it, maybe some of you didn't even really know about it until I showed up here and started talking about it. Some of you who found the case through my channel. I hope you have found yourselves duly rewarded as well. Oh, guys, what have y'all had to say? We've got a super sticker from Annabelle Stealth 4321. Thank you so much for that. Do appreciate your support. Duncan, Idaho. She took another photo in the courtroom. This woman is out of control. These proceedings mean nothing to her. It's like she lives on a different plane. Yeah, and something tells me when she gets on the stand on April 2nd and denies it, it's gonna land a little different now. It's gonna land a little different now, I bet. I just bet. I just tend to think the whole color tenor of this process real different after this afternoon. And whatever good faith assumption the judge was giving her, yeah, I think she blew that. Rosalind Byrne with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Very much appreciate it. D74715. Thank you for the great entertainment. My girlfriend loves you tonight. LOL. But for some reason, I remember you went to one of my law schools, either TJSL or Texas A&M. Either way, you're amazing. I did indeed. Old Thomas Jefferson School of Law. I did indeed. Yep, that was back in the day. Thomas Jefferson. See, I do want to, not that I'm like offering myself as some, I don't know, fantastic example of legal accomplishments. I mean, I had a pretty good career. Like to think very well respected. Had plenty of wins and things like that. That's by all rights, as a public defender, it's kind of a miracle that you get any at all, especially on appeal. But I've often told the young lawyers, people thinking about law school, they want to know what's an important consideration. What sorts of things should I be prioritizing and deciding where I go to school? And I've always said cost. Cost. Should be number one, because unless you are going to Harvard and your goal is to sit on the Supreme Court or be the Secretary of State or something like that, that is your career trajectory that you're on, then it really doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't make a significant difference. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And so pick the one that's cheap. I went to TJ because it was extremely cheap for me. They did their financial aid back in the day based on your LSAT score. So I qualified for full tuition. Yeah, I got free law school. Hell yeah, I'm going to take that. I did. And look where I am today. So for what that's worth, take that into the equation. So yes, I did go to Thomas Jefferson back in the day. You remember very well. Oh, what do we have? Michigan Farm Boy. I have tax clients that fight to not claim income that would get them credits that more than pay the tax, but you can't explain that to someone who wants to beat the government out of some money. Seems similar. Yeah. Yeah, I can see situations like that. I don't know the details of the tax rules and stuff like that, but you just this whole thing, I mean, the clearest example of this is if he has a successful career and makes lots of money, she gets more support. But yeah, the vengeance drive is so much stronger. I don't know if this is calculated and she's like deliberately, realized, yes, I'm hurting myself and I'm taking that, and my children, by the way, of course, and my children. And I'm taking that into account in deciding to pursue my vengeance narrative. I kind of think that's probably not it. Kind of don't. I just think she can't really help it. She's got an impulse problem, right? That's what this whole photography in the court thing seems to show pretty clearly. She's got a real impulse problem. And just can't help herself, running off at the mouth, even though, the actual effect of it is to hurt her. But I think in her mind, it's a double win, because she gets to hurt his career, and then I think she envisioned, she's going to be able to demand all of this support, all of this spousal support and child support and things like that, and he's not going to be able to pay it, and so then she's going to be able to beat him with that as well. So she's always got it in her mind that she's going to be able to get it both ways. I think this is just a classic situation of Alice's very bad math in that regard. Lola the good dog, 26. Accountability may be in Alice's future. Stay grounded with those Santa Ana winds tonight. Yeah, the wind, it was pretty bad last night. I guess it's supposed to continue tonight. I'm not in an area where tree limbs are going to fall on me, so I'm not super worried about it. We're not in fire season yet. It's actually so green out in the hills right now. It's like one of the most beautiful times, I think, to be in California. The probably bigger risk has been landslides, because it's been fairly wet this winter. And so the ground gets all supercharged, and then, things have a tendency to slide down the hills and so forth. But the Santa Ana winds can, they can kind of blow your hair a few different directions. So thank you for that. Yeah, accountability is looking increasingly likely. Now, probably not of course, to the extent she deserves, because this woman deserves jail. She deserves jail, but I don't think she's going to get that. But I don't think it's going to matter, because she's gonna get it where it hurts. She's gonna basically lose everything she was trying to get. Number one, her victim status. Her reputation. People will have seen her for who she is, right? That's like the worst thing that can be done to a narcissistic person. But she's also going to lose all the money on top of that. I just don't see a scenario here where Alice comes out in a very good position. I really don't. I was so worried about this coming into this afternoon. I feel like I'm watching the case slip away because the judge wants something that is they're not delivering to him. The case that they are making, it's just not being detailed out clearly enough to really be able to like follow and kind of sympathize and rule out alternative, positions and stuff. But I think with the damage Alice just did to her own case, her own reputation, her own goodwill, all of it. Deus Ex Machina, guys. Nemesis has appeared from the clouds to resolve this difficult plot line of what's going to happen with this case. I think she's going to get fucked now. So, yeah, we can hope. It's definitely looking favorable. Michigan Farm Boy, not sure if it was after Rittenhouse at Nick's or Depp when I found you, but I watched your playlist on this. Been looking forward to a resolution for several years. Thank you for your insight on the case process and psychology. Well, I'm glad you found it. It would have been Depp because I wasn't online. I wasn't doing anything for Rittenhouse. I didn't even really follow Rittenhouse. Jeff followed Rittenhouse. But I really didn't. That was back when I was still, full-time public defender days. Things were super, super crazy. The only thing I really had the bandwidth to run my mouth about at that point in time was Depp v. Heard. And I was following the UK trial way back then. So yeah, it would have been Depp when you ran into me. Those were my early days coming in here. But yeah, I'm glad that you found this one too, and that it was worth it to check out. These, these are archetypes for a reason. Like, yeah, okay, not everybody is like this, and this is probably a particularly bad example of, meaning like, this is an egregious example of a really incredibly dumb Medea syndrome, narcissistic, probably psychopathic, like all of these things with this woman, abuser. But it's not really that uncommon, it's not really that uncommon. This has just been like, yeah, I think she's particularly dumb, and that's part of what has made it inevitable that she was going to get caught out. She wasn't going to be able to pull it off. It was kind of always going to end up like this, where she just fucks it all up, and she's not even close to the smartest person in the room. So yeah, the fact that you found it worth sticking around to see a little poetic justice on this one as well. It does remind me of how good we all felt when that verdict came in for Depp v. Heard. Oh, the champagne that we popped. Finally seeing seeing the case that comes out the right way. Again, I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse because we don't have the decision yet. It's too early to like celebrate and stuff like that. We don't want to be dancing in the end zone a little too early. But things are looking very positive. I mean, there's just no denial about that. So of course we still do have to get to the decision, but we're very close, and it's looking very good at this point. D74715, sorry, I am slow, but who is Alice and what case are we talking about? I just heard community property and had flashbacks of my trial last month. Okay, girl, you got to get into the playlist. Okay, this is in the Ioan Gruffudd versus Alice Evans playlist. Go back to the very beginning. Watch from the very beginning when we go over the domestic violence restraining order stuff, because that is what sets the tone for what this case is. This case is the divorce from hell. This is what Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard would have looked like if they had kids. This man has suffered 5 years of parental alienation. Okay. She has destroyed his relationship with his kids. He's suffered litigation abuse. He's suffered a public smear campaign. And we are finally 5 years down the road at the trial for him to be free of his barnacle. And yeah, we're all ready for a little justice to come down in this one. So if you go catch up, I think you might enjoy it. You might be glad you did. Lola the Good Dog 26. Did you see Kanye was in court today? I think he was at Grand Ave. I was at the Metropolitan Court for my last day of jury duty. Busy courts. I did not see Kanye in court today, and was he? I don't know if he was in Stanley Mosque. I did not also see a whole bunch of like paparazzis. There was a whole bunch yesterday. I was definitely assuming there was like some kind of big hearing yesterday because normally there's this one guy who hangs out on the Grand Avenue side of the courthouse. He's like an older like Indian guy. And so he's been there routinely. Sometimes there might be like one other. But yesterday there were probably 10. They were on both sides of the courthouse. Like there was a big crew yesterday. So I did kind of assume something was going on yesterday. I didn't see anything like that today. We did break early for the day. I didn't see him at the beginning of the day. Pretty normal lunch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Kanye was here. I definitely didn't see him. Didn't really see any signs that something else big was happening. Doesn't mean, of course, it didn't. But nope. I guess I missed that. What's he in court about? What's Kanye in court about? I don't know about this one. Is it like some civil lawsuit? I assume. I don't know. D74715. Is this a case like Amber? Where are her parents? Oh, well. Where are her parents? Mother has passed away. Mother, by my estimation, is likely Alice Sr. You know, that's like the cycle with this particular pathology. I think the mother was likely pretty much how Alice is. Her father is still living, has remarried. He is estranged from Alice, as is, I think she's got 2 other brothers, all estranged from her. Nobody has contact with her. She had a younger brother, Tony, who was part of her smear campaign on Twitter. He has since passed away as well. So poor Alice, nobody has ever been as all alone as her. Oh, there's reasons why her father cut her off. If you want to get deep into the lore, Jeff posts the tattle links from time to time. If you can get into tattle, oh God, we got to find a way to get the wiki. Maybe, actually, let me right now. I think I have a link to the archived wiki. I think I do. Let me see. I'm going to send this. Oops. Okay. I'm going to see if Jeff can put that out in the chat. So the wiki has all kinds of great stuff. It's got like a lot of the lore. It's got all of these. Tattle has been the home of the receipts. That's why Alice hates tattle. That's why she brings up tattle like on every possible occasion. They have like thousands of pages of her social media history because she is an addict and she has to say everything online and she's really dumb about it. So there's a massive online record of her posts. One of those posts, deep in the lore, it's probably also called out on the wiki, has to do with her stepsister who committed suicide in the parents' home. And Alice rather famously has kind of posted about this suicide in some of the most insensitive ways that you could possibly imagine. Absolutely horrifying, the things that she has said about this. And so if you read that, it becomes pretty clear why her father and his new wife would not want to have anything to do with her. So that's where her parents are. She is much like Amber, yes, very much like Amber. I would say she's dumber than Amber, frankly. Which is, I realize, saying a lot, but Alice has just proven to be she's Amber, like with another 30 years of alcoholism and drug abuse. So everything that does to the brain and everything else is basically what she is. So yeah, real mess. Lola the Good Dog 26, Malibu Mansion Real Estate, crazy case for Kanye. Huh, I don't know about this one. I might have to look it up. Make a little note. Kanye. Malibu. Might be interesting. Kanye gets up to some stuff. He's entertaining from time to time. Let's see what's going on. Thank you for sharing that. D7574715. Sorry, bad Amber alert joke. Haha. Here I was taking you seriously, and I didn't joke in me. Woo! Does happen sometimes. Sometimes a little oblivious, but yeah. Hey, now for anybody who didn't know, you got a little bit of lore. You got a little bit of the Alice lore. So, oh, there's a lot. There really is. It's quite a rabbit hole to get into. So one of the things I kind of love about some of these gossip websites, I don't join. I'm not a member. I don't even I don't read them routinely or anything like that. But when there is one that just grabs you and you get in the rabbit hole and there's pages, and I enjoy that. There was a period before years ago where I found Lipstick Alley, and very specifically there was a whole thread on what's her name? Linda Cornell, Chris Cornell's wife. Oh my Lord. You want another one of these women? Yeah. That thread. That thread on Lipstick Alley. I there was a week where I think it was there's a time when I had time off work or whatever. I literally just binge read this thread for days and days and days, and just the jaw, drops further and further. The tattle threads on Alice are like that. It starts somewhat late in the game. It's after the separation and stuff like that, but Alice has already kind of started her public campaign, her big mission, her PR strategy to make herself the big victim of everything. And it's already starting to backfire against Ioan. And one of the funniest kind of things is sort of watching Alice undo her own goodwill in that process too. A lot of people started off very sympathetic to Alice. And as time has gone on, as she has gotten loonier and more extreme, and just not kind of read the room about how to keep people's sympathy in a situation like that, she's just completely pissed away the little advantage that she got at the very beginning with her, going on interviews and crying on TV and stuff like that. Oh, Paulina, 2969. Hey, Andrea, I was waiting for the live, ended up sleeping because it starts at midnight here. Woke up because it's raining and you're here. Yay. Welcome. Welcome. I do hope you enjoy the replay. Glad you get to be here for the sum up, the end of things, the celebratory phase, such as it is. Yeah, you don't always have a day in court like this to enjoy so much. So it really is nice to have so many people able to enjoy it here with me. I like good things in the universe, and I like when they're shared. I like when we all get to enjoy them. That's karma for us, right? World becoming a better place when better things happen for lots of people. So I'm glad, so glad you were able to make it. Great to have you here. And hopefully you enjoy catching up on what we had to talk about tonight. Oh man, guys. It is a little late. I mean, it's nothing for y'all. And here I am like, oh, it's 11 o'clock. It's late, but guys, I'm old. So, for me, it really is. It really is fairly late. But more importantly, the live has gone, it's gone somewhat long, which, is fine. It does happen. But just for ease of the mods and who do the time stamping, thank you as always to the fabulous CH for doing all that for us. Everybody else, who's been joining in, we've put in a shift. We've put in a shift, so we will be heading towards the wrap up. Paulina, there are replays I have watched 3 times. You keep things fun. Pity and glad there's more in April. Oh, me too, honey. Me too. I was so disappointed. And just like that, I became so gleeful at the prospect of more of this in April. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Here we thought this was going to be the end, and maybe it was going to be, I mean, I really was. I was like at the point where I'm just, oh, am I going to be kind of glum? Am I going to be kind of pissed? And am I going to be annoyed at the legal team? Am I going to be just like furious at the missed opportunities? Am I going to be Monday morning quarterbacking the hell out of this thing? Nope, the Deus Ex Machina saved us all. Oh, the great narcissist from the sky. It's just really couldn't have worked out better. It really couldn't have. So I'm very glad you've enjoyed the replays. I've really enjoyed doing this series. I'm still rather new to the live trial coverage, the ones that aren't being live streamed or whatever. It's coming here to court and doing the recap. So still kind of getting familiar with how to do it and stuff, but certainly relative to Delphi, this one has been a lot funner, a lot easier, a lot just more enjoyable generally, a lot more health promoting, just pretty much in every way. So yeah, I'm glad it's worked. I found this all like really encouraging to kind of keep having this in the arsenal, when there's a trial that's not going to be televised, seeing if I can potentially get in there to be eyes and ears and help report back on what's happening. So that's kind of my clue now to yeah, it's my cue to get back to trying to get a press pass for Luigi. Yeah, it's gonna be one to explore. So oh yeah, Lola, I did hear about what happened in the civil case today for Karen Reed. I did indeed. She had, it's part of the civil case, and the McAlberts had filed a motion to force her to, because she had gotten the order to return her phones, the ones that Cosgrove was trying to, not Cosgrove because it's not him anymore, but the other one, I forget the names, but the special prosecutor against Turtle Boy was trying to hang on to them, and so he got the order to return them. So the McAlberts were trying to make her like immediately turn them over so that they could image the phones and everything. And they relied on this quote, supposed quote from Karen to Turtle Boy about I'm fucking dead. Don't you know what's in those phones? And it's a complete bastardization of what she said. It's like a misrepresentation of what she said. And so it's like been in litigation about, number one, the phones, number two, are you going to get in some shit for misrepresenting what was said? And so today, apparently, the McAlberts just withdrew their motion. Let's just try to avoid this whole problem by forget I went there. But of course, this is after doubling down and incurring who knows how much in attorney fees and so forth. So yeah, I did see that. Very good day. Good day for Karen, little vindication for Karen, but of course, at a cost, as the civil cases often are, but you gotta pay to get it. Paulina, I was sued and I'm still waiting my sentencing for almost a year now. Nothing like waiting 5 years to get rid of a tick, Malice. Oh man, a tick. I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah, it's a very good analogy. She's tried to suck him dry. She really has. She's tried to suck him dry. And all she's really done is just expose herself for the nasty little brainless thing that she is. Yeah. I feel like 5 years is a long time to be dealing with any case, and 1 year is a long time to be waiting for sentencing. But 5 years is a long time to be waiting to get your divorce, done and dusted. He was able to bifurcate at least the marital status part so that he was able to marry Bianca, lock her down. God, she's a gem. Okay. Smartest decision that guy's made in a long time. But 5 years is a long time to be free. And so that really was, it was just weighing on me so heavily. Like, if they have to continue this, they're still in this limbo state, and you just know how much they're looking forward to this being done. And obviously none of that has changed. But I just very much suspect at this point that that weight has suddenly become a little bit less burdensome. That there might be a little bit of pleasant anticipation of what is still to come. I certainly hope so for their benefit. I hope that they are able to find at least a little bit of fun in this, the way that I am. I know that Joe is. Oh Lord, Joe just got handed an absolute, nuclear bomb. Would be very, very difficult to fumble what Alice just did in court today. So he's got to be feeling extremely good about where they sit after all of this. So that's presumably going to be kind of trickle down to Ioan and Bianca as well. So excellent situation as it all turns out. Really does turn out for the best a lot of the times. Amazing how serendipity works. Well, guys, it's been a good one. It's been a fun trip. Couldn't have picked a better way to end it, honestly. So, gosh, I got to get back home so I can start planning the next round. Start getting ready for that. See what if anything, I might have to move around on my schedule or whatever to make sure we can get this done, because not gonna miss it. No way, no how. Gonna be back here for the final conclusion of all of this. And what a brainstorm in the meantime. Yeah, where we might be going with Alice. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't think ahead of time. I'm not gonna help her prepare. Why would I do that? But I'm gonna be giving it my own thoughts. Just so, if nothing else, I can kind of have that structure my commentary a little bit. And I did promise. I didn't promise, but I did say I might take a look at that prenup and these arguments that Janina seems to be making about whether it's valid, whether it's ambiguous, and things like that. Come up with a little bit of a thought process about that. Which cat do I miss the most? You know, this is one of those questions that I really can't answer because I honestly do miss the cats, all of the cats, each of them in very different ways. What I will say is that I know there is a cat that misses me more than any of the other cats. And so to the extent there is that special cat, yeah, that's my baby girl Lilith. She misses me more than the other ones do. I know she does. So she will get like her special comfort and her special attention just because, you know, the other cats don't really give a shit nearly as much, but she does. So I'll baby her some. If as long as she doesn't hate me now. You know, oh my god, mom abandoned me. As long as she doesn't hate me now. I've been telling Jeff he needs to tell Lilith mommy's coming home so she doesn't think I'm dead. When I went to Chile the first time, this was back in what 2024. I was gone for 3 weeks, and when I got home, Buffy thought I was dead. She thought I had died. I'm sure, because when I came home, she was scared. Like she saw I came home and she was like scared of me. She like ran, she tail between her legs, she's like scared, and she had to kind of like, you know, sneak out to like finally, you know, sniff me and like realize it's me and stuff. She thought I was dead. I felt really bad. So now I'm like, Jeff, you got to make sure the cats know I'm not dead, because the cats really, they understand English. They do, I swear. They understand everything. So just tell her I'm not dead. I'll be home soon, and then hopefully we can avoid all that. She might still hate me, you know, for leaving her this long, but she'll probably get over it. We'll see. So, guys, ooh, Brazil. I'll think about it. There's a whole area up there that I still would like to go to. I mean, honestly, frankly, all of South America I would love to go to. Maybe not Venezuela right off the bat, maybe not Colombia right off the bat, but a lot of South America. I do love it down there. Brazil would be quite different for me, just culturally, the whole Portuguese, you know, angle, the language, all of that. Not something I'm familiar with, and a more tropical, you know, kind of culture. Is really haven't spent a whole lot of time in the tropics. I'm kind of a temperate mountain girl for the most part, but I am very interested. So maybe I'll get it on the list. Maybe one of these days I'll do just like a massive South America trek and go everywhere I need to go, because like the flight is so long that by the time you get there, you really might as well spend a while, you know. Go ahead and go to Argentina, go to Uruguay, go to Peru, go to Ecuador, all the places I want to go. Go to Brazil. Why not? Why not? Speak of the Spanish, todo un poco. Not, I'm learning. I'm working on it. It has been slow. It's fallen by the wayside while I've been here. But I do try to work on it. I should actually be able to do better, just because I'm in the boxing gym with a bunch of freaking Mexicans, guys. Like I should be able to practice a lot and stuff, but I just don't. So I need to work on that, because you do need to use it. The thing is that I can, I'm at the point where I can read it quite well. I can hear it fairly well, like hear and understand, but my ability to actually speak is like the worst of all of the skills. And that's just because, you know, I don't use it. I need another like long stint down in South America. I know. I didn't finish to use it in LA either. I got some pan dulce from a little mercado on the way home one day, and then that was about it. That was pretty much the extent of my Spanish. But I'll tell you, pan dulce is like worth it every single time. Great way to get some Spanish in. Ooh, Peru. Oh, yeah, that's on my goal. That's on my goal. Costa Rica is not really on my short list. If it happened, that would be great. I don't know. I'm sure it's cool. It just, my vision of it is that it's not, I have a hard time envisioning like getting untainted Costa Rica. Costa Rica just seems like one of the places to me that maybe is, it's, I hate to say touristy, but I feel like that's kind of what you get exposed to. Mexico, I think, is a lot like that too. It's just kind of by necessity. There's a lot of Mexico I'd love to go to. I've been dying for a long time. I would love to go to Michoacan for the butterfly, the monarch butterfly migration. I would love to see that someday. It's where, you know, all the monarch butterflies in the Western Hemisphere go down to this one spot, you know, and that's where they overwinter and breed and everything, and then start the migration in spring back up to the Northern Hemisphere. But it's really unsafe in Michoacan because apparently the Sinaloa cartel has taken over the avocado industry, and like the avocado trade is like, you know, big in this area. So it's on like the Secretary of State short list of like, you know, big warning, do not go. So yeah, things like that kind of, it's similar, you know. So even places like Mexico, you kind of get forced to the more touristy places unless you're like really super adventurous and you know, risk tolerant, which at this point in my life I'm probably less so. So yeah, the Cancuns and the Cabos and stuff like that. But the actual like real culture is so much more what I'm interested in. And that's why I loved Chile so much, is because you really get that. You get access to it. Like, yeah, there's a fair amount of tourists and stuff, but it's still pretty pure, I think. Like just a lot of the places you go to, I'm sure, like, I haven't been to Torres del Paine yet. Torres del Paine is like one of the big natural wonders of the world down in Chile. Big pinnacles and glaciers and lakes and things like that. So I've been there twice and still haven't been to like the most famous thing there. But that one I already understand. And that's part of the reason why I haven't gone. It is the biggest tourist draw. It's like, there's lots of treks and hikes and things like that you can do in the area, but it's very difficult to get a permit because it's limited, and they, you know, are bought out by the guide companies, you know, from early on. So you're sort of limited in your ability to self-guide and things like that, which is really how I prefer to travel. But all the other places I've been in Patagonia, it's still, you know, it's mostly Chileans that you are encountering and talking to and hanging out with and stuff like that. And so it's one of the things I really like about it is getting that little bit of exposure. Oh, I think you'll end up in Chile one day to live. You smile every time you speak of it. That's my dream, right? It's kind of my pipe dream. And I have to say, Chile has the ideal streaming schedule. It really does, because it's 5 hours ahead of me on the West Coast. So it's 2 hours ahead of the East. So it's 3 or 4 behind, you know, maybe 5 from continental Europe, depending on like what time of year it is. Are they doing daylight savings or whatever? So it's right in the middle, and it just works out very well in terms of being able to time things. But I dream about it. Don't know if it will ever happen. I do have a husband I have to take into consideration, as well as 5 cats, a dog, and a bunch of chickens and everything like that. So don't know if it will ever happen. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, guys, this has been a fun chat. It's been a fun stream. It's been a fun trial. Not every moment, definitely not every moment, but yeah, today is one of those days that just turns the whole thing around and really makes it all worth it. Really does make it all worth it. So I am going to go ahead and hang it up now, wrap it up. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's really been a lot of fun. I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope, you know, we're here to entertain, but also to educate. get a little bit of insight into this family law process and how all of it works and pitfalls and the obligations. Seems kind of likely to me that of all of the different kind of entry points that people might personally have with the legal system, high probability that family court might be one of them. It's just, a lot of divorce. That's kind of the reality. Not many people get charged with crimes. Not many people get sued, in lawsuits and things like that. But a lot of people run into divorce. So it is one that many people have experienced. Many people have been victimized by. Many people have thoughts about. So just seemed like one that, plenty of folks might have their own experiences with and be able to resonate with this story and the struggle that this particular man has faced, just to try to extricate himself, to try to preserve what he had of family, assets, everything, his life before, just how difficult it is to get certain things taken seriously in the family system, and also just how easy it is for somebody that's malintentioned to be able to manipulate it. So when this is all done and dusted, it's all in the wash. Maybe we'll do a recap about like the lessons learned. Going back over this whole case from beginning to end. What should we, potentially take away from it? You can't fix every mistake, and certain choices, like you're already kind of too far down the road to be able to undo. But there are ways to mitigate some damages and things like that. So, guys, thank you all again. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you all being here. Really appreciate your interest in the case and these issues in men that are victimized by abuse. It's an important and underappreciated, under-inspected topic, I think. So the fact that so many of you care about a man who is a victim of abuse in a case like this does mean a lot. So thank you all again. So looking forward to getting back to you guys with more. In the meantime, there will be stuff when I get home. Pretty sure there's a Tyler Robinson hearing next week. I got to double check because I've kept up mostly on the legal documents, although not within the last couple of days. I haven't checked since I think Wednesday. But I'm a little bit behind. I did, of course, see the ruling about the prosecutors not being disqualified. I didn't say anything about it because I knew that's what was going to happen. I said that. So not really anything to add to what I had to say about that. But yeah, there's more hearings on the horizon in that particular case. And I'm just going to kind of have to get myself oriented. I did see there's a response on Luigi's motion to suppress, the one in the state court. The prosecutor has filed their response brief. So plenty of things going on to get us caught up on in the meantime. So stay tuned. I'll be around. I'll be back soon, and looking forward to another trip back to LA next month. Guys, have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves. If you did enjoy the little cocktail, do drink some water before you go to bed tonight. You won't regret it. It's always a good decision. So appreciate all of you. Thank you again. I will see you soon.